Welcome back, legends. You're at Gringotts Hub. Another incredible story awaits. What if Harry claimed the Gryffindor-Slytherin-Merlin-Peverell Lordship and sentenced the entire Wizengamot to Azkaban? Subscribe and hit the bell. Let's dive right in. Chapter 1, The Inheritance. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, which Harry had always thought was the most pointless day of the week. He'd been lying on his back in the smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive, staring at a water stain on the ceiling that had been there since he was 9 and now, at 16, felt like an old enemy. The window was cracked open 2 inches, Uncle Vernon's concession to the heat wave that had rolled across Surrey like a damp wool blanket, and the air coming through it was thick and still and smelled like someone was mowing the lawn 3 houses down. He wasn't doing anything. That was the problem. He hadn't been doing anything for 3 weeks, and the nothing was starting to press against the inside of his skull like a headache that hadn't quite arrived yet. Sirius had been dead for 26 days. Harry didn't count the days on purpose. He just knew. Hedwig landed on the windowsill with a sound like a small book being slapped shut, and she had something in her beak that wasn't a Hogwarts letter and wasn't from Ron or Hermione. It was a thick cream envelope sealed with wax the color of old gold, and the seal pressed into it wasn't an owl or a crest he recognized, it was a key. An old-fashioned iron key, pressed so deep into the wax it had left the ridges of its teeth. Harry sat up. Hedwig dropped it on his knee with the air of someone completing a job they considered beneath them, then turned to her water bowl and began drinking with pointed dignity. "Thanks," Harry told her. She didn't look up. He turned the envelope over. His name on the front was written in ink so dark it was nearly black, and the handwriting wasn't anyone's he knew, it was formal and precise, each letter formed with the kind of deliberate care that suggested whoever wrote it did not make mistakes often and didn't intend to start. Mr. H. J. Potter, Black, heir apparent, primary claimant, bedroom, 2nd floor, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He stared at the hyphenated name for a long moment. Potter Black. He broke the seal. The letter inside was 3 pages long, written on the same heavy cream parchment, and by the time Harry finished the first paragraph he was sitting up straight without having noticed he'd moved. Dear Mr. Potter Black, we write to you on behalf of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London, in our capacity as executor of the estates, accounts, vaults, and hereditary entitlements of the noble and most ancient houses as listed below. It has come to the attention of this institution, following a routine audit of dormant lordship claims triggered by the confirmed death of Sirius Orion Black on the 18th of June, that you are the sole surviving heir of not 1 but 4 distinct wizarding noble lines, each carrying with them lordship titles, hereditary seats, ancestral vaults, and in several cases, bound magical inheritances of considerable power. The houses in question are as follows: the noble house of Potter, primary line, through your father James Charles Potter, deceased. The noble and most ancient house of Black, through your godfather Sirius Orion Black, deceased, who named you sole heir by blood-adopted inheritance in a will lodged with this institution in 1981 and renewed in 1995. The noble and most ancient house of Peverell, through the maternal ancestral line tracing to your great-great-grandmother Iolanthe Peverell, herself descended from Ignotus Peverell, 3rd and youngest of the 3 Peverell brothers. The founder's line of Slytherin, through your father's maternal ancestral line, a connection suppressed in public genealogical records since 1823 but maintained in the sealed Gringotts Register of Noble Houses. The Merlin Accord line, through the combined resonance of the above 4 inheritances, which under the terms of the Accord of 963 AD, a document predating the Ministry of Magic by approximately 7 centuries, activates a dormant 5th claim recognizable under wizarding common law as the Merlin Lordship, held in trust by Gringotts since the failure of the Emrys bloodline in 1402. We note that you may find several of these claims unexpected. Harry actually laughed at that, a short, disbelieving sound that bounced off the walls of the tiny room and startled Hedwig into looking up. He kept reading. Under the terms of the Inheritance Act of 1692 and the older Founders' Compact still recognized by the Gringotts Charter, you are entitled to formal inheritance testing, vault access, and the full legal claiming of all applicable titles at your earliest convenience. We further note that these titles carry with them hereditary seats on the Wizengamot, specifically, for voting seats and 2 veto seats, the latter applicable under the Merlin Accord, which have been sitting vacant and unclaimed. We would advise you, Mr. Potter Black, to present yourself at Gringotts at your earliest convenience. There are items in the ancestral vaults that are, quite literally, waiting for you. Goblin sealed and witnessed, Ragnarok, Director of Accounts Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry sat with the letter in his hands for a long time. Outside, the lawnmower 3 houses down stopped. A car drove past. Dudley's television murmured through the floor, something with a studio audience that laughed on cue. 4 lordships. A seat on the Wizengamot. Multiple seats, in fact. He thought about the trial the previous summer. He thought about sitting in that great stone chair in courtroom 10, shackled like a criminal at age 15, while Fudge smiled his bureaucratic smile and tried to snap his wand. He thought about every time someone had made a decision about his life, where he'd live, what he'd know, what he was allowed to understand, without asking him. He thought about Sirius, who had spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit, and the Wizengamot that had never given him a trial. The noble and most ancient house of Black. He read that line again. Sirius had left him everything. Of course he had. And Harry hadn't even known there was a House of Black title to inherit, because nobody had told him. Because they never told him anything. He folded the letter carefully, creasing each fold with his thumbnail the way his aunt had taught him without meaning to, the precise small habit of someone who grew up treating every piece of paper like it needed to be handled carefully because if you damaged it you wouldn't get another one. Then he reached under his mattress, pulled out his wand, and pointed it at the loose floorboard in the corner. Accio trunk key. The small key slid out from between the boards and flew to his hand. He unlocked his trunk, pulled out parchment and a quill, and wrote 2 letters. One to Ron. One to Hermione. Both said the same thing, I need you at Gringotts. Tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone else yet. He thought about adding please and decided against it. They'd come because they were his friends, not because he asked nicely. He sent both with Hedwig, who accepted them with the resignation of a postal worker at the end of a long shift, and then lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling again. The water stain looked exactly the same. Harry didn't. He didn't sleep much. Not unusual, he'd barely slept in 3 weeks, but tonight the insomnia had a different quality to it. Before, not sleeping had felt like being held underwater. Tonight it felt like standing at the edge of something very high, looking down, not afraid of falling but acutely aware of how far the drop was. He thought about the Peverell line. He'd heard the name before, in a story, the tale of the 3 brothers, the one Hermione had read them in the tent during the Horcrux hunt in a future Harry hadn't technically lived yet but somehow felt pressing against him anyway, the way that the war pressed against everything. The Deathly Hallows. The cloak of invisibility, which was folded in his trunk right now, had been in his family for generations. Because it was his family. Because Ignotus Peverell was his ancestor. He almost laughed again. Then he thought about the Slytherin line, his father's maternal ancestry, suppressed in 1823, which probably meant some ministry bureaucrat 150 years ago had decided it was tidier not to have the Slytherin seat occupied, and the laugh died. He could speak Parseltongue. He'd always been told it was a dark gift, a sign of Voldemort's taint, something to be ashamed of. But if the Slytherin line ran through his father's bloodline, then the Parseltongue was his. It had always been his. It wasn't Voldemort's at all. Harry lay in the dark and thought about all the things that had been taken from him by being kept small. Not by malice, some of them, or at least not conscious malice. Just by the comfortable assumption of the people around him that he was safer not knowing. That a powerful Harry was a dangerous Harry. That the best version of him was the version that could be guided, redirected, protected, and if necessary, sacrificed. He was done with that. He hadn't decided it consciously. It was more like waking up and realizing you'd already decided while you were asleep. Around 2 in the morning, he felt something shift. It was subtle, not dramatic, not a bolt of lightning or a surge of power he could point to, just a quiet settling sensation, like tumblers falling into place in a very old lock. He pressed his hand flat against his sternum and felt his heartbeat, which was steady and unremarkable. But something was awake in him that hadn't been awake before. He picked up his wand from the nightstand and pointed it at the glass of water on his desk. He'd been getting water with Accio for 3 weeks because crossing the room felt like more effort than it was worth. Aguamenti. The water rose out of the glass in a smooth arc, and the quality of it was different, not the water, but the magic. More responsive. Like the wand had leaned into the spell instead of just conducting it. The water hung in the air for a moment, perfectly still, and Harry lowered it back into the glass without thinking about it. He looked at his wand. His wand looked back. "Ha," Harry said. Morning came the way mornings do in July, which is to say rudely and with too much heat. Harry was dressed and downstairs before his aunt had started breakfast, which meant he had the kitchen to himself for approximately 4 minutes before she came in and went very still at the sight of him. "You're up early," Aunt Petunia said. Her voice had the careful neutrality of someone navigating a minefield in shoes that weren't quite the right size. "Going to London," Harry said. He was making toast. He did it without asking because he was hungry and there was bread and he'd spent 16 years asking permission to exist in this house and he was done with that too. "Your people coming to collect you?" She said your people the way someone says that smell, aware it's impolite to be specific but unable to completely mask the flinch. "No. Going on my own." She set down the orange juice she was holding with a small click. "The order said, I know what the order said." He took his toast, buttered it, and looked at her directly. Petunia Desley was not a woman who was easily made uncomfortable, but something in his expression, or maybe the stillness of him, which was different from the stillness she was used to, not the defeated stillness of someone trying to take up less space but something else entirely, made her look away first. "I'll be back before dinner. Don't worry." He didn't tell her not to call Dumbledore, because he knew she would and that was fine. Let Dumbledore worry. Let the Order send frantic owls to each other. He'd be at Gringotts by 9:30. He ate his toast standing up, rinsed his plate, and walked out the front door into the thick July morning. The night bus arrived 45 seconds after he stuck out his wand arm, nearly clipping a post box that hadn't been in any danger until it suddenly, very much, was. Stan Shunpike hung off the door with the eager energy of someone who'd been awake too long, saw Harry's face, and his expression did the complicated thing it always did, recognition, uncertainty, a kind of social vertigo that Harry had learned to just wait out. "It's him, innit?" Stan said. "Not quite a question." "It's me," Harry agreed, climbing on. London. Diagon Alley. He paid his 11 sickles, ignored the stares from the other 3 passengers, and found a brass-railed bed near the back. The bus lurched into motion with a sound like a very large person sitting down suddenly, and Harry held on and watched Surrey smear past the windows into Kent into the outskirts of London, the city assembling itself from motorways and grey buildings and the distant glint of the Thames. He was calm. Surprisingly, completely calm. He'd been in the grip of grief for 3 weeks, that was the only way to describe it, in the grip of it, like something physical that held you, and it hadn't gone anywhere, exactly. Sirius was still dead. That fact was still a weight Harry carried in his chest like a stone in a pocket. But grief and action could coexist, Harry was discovering. In fact, action was the only thing he'd found that let him hold the grief without it holding him. He pulled out the Gringotts letter and read the 5th point again. The Merlin Accord line, through the combined resonance of the above 4 inheritances. He'd taken ancient runes as far as 3rd year before dropping it for care of magical creatures. He wished, not for the first time, that he'd kept it. He didn't know what combined resonance meant in legal or magical terms, but it sounded like the sort of thing that, when it activated, was noticeable. The bus hiccuped sideways to avoid a lorry and Harry grabbed the brass rail without looking up from the letter. For bloodlines. Gryffindor and Slytherin both, which meant, he thought about this carefully, he literally carried the legacy of 2 of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. He carried Peverell, which was ancient enough that it predated the ministry. And he carried Merlin. Merlin. The greatest wizard in recorded history, whose name people still used as an exclamation because the original had become so synonymous with magical power that it had outgrown biography and become language. Harry thought about Dumbledore, who was considered by most of the wizarding world to be the greatest living wizard. Who had probably known some or all of this. Who had said nothing. The calm held. If anything, it got more complete. The bus shuddered to a stop at the Leaky Cauldron, and Harry got off into the familiar dim warmth of the pub, Tom the barman already raising a hand in recognition. Harry nodded back and kept moving, through the pub and into the little courtyard and through the archway that opened for his wand tap into the cobblestone brightness of Diagon Alley. It was still early enough that the shops were just opening, shutters being rolled back, deliveries being made. 2 witches in lime green healer robes from St. Mungo's were walking fast in the other direction. A wizard selling something from a barrow called something at him that Harry didn't catch. The white marble of Gringotts rose at the end of the alley like a statement. Harry walked toward it. He was early. Ron and Hermione were already earlier. They were standing on the steps of Gringotts, Ron in jeans and a Chudley Cannon's shirt that had faded from orange to something approaching apricot, Hermione in summer clothes with her hair fighting its own private war against the humidity, and they both turned when they heard his footsteps on the marble stairs. "You could have told us what this was actually about," Hermione said immediately, which meant she'd been thinking about it all the way here and had opinions ready. "I've been trying to work out every possibility since Hedwig woke me up at midnight and I have theories but I need more information." "Hello to you too," Harry said. Ron stepped forward and did something he'd never done before, which was hug Harry without it being a special occasion or an emergency. Just a hug, brief and uncomplicated, the way you'd grab someone's arm to keep them from falling. Then he stepped back and studied Harry's face with the quiet attention he usually reserved for chess problems. "You look different," Ron said. "I'm not," Harry said. "Then, actually I think I might be. Come on." They went inside. Gringotts was always slightly overwhelming, the vaulted marble, the chandeliers that caught light and threw it in directions that didn't quite make sense, the goblins at their rows of high counters doing their meticulous work with the focused energy of people who had very little patience for humans and even less for small talk. Harry walked to the counter with the shortest queue and waited his turn. The goblin who looked up at him had a face like a walnut that had developed opinions. His nameplate said Phileas, which seemed improbable. "Harry Potter," Harry said. "I have an appointment with Director Ragnarok." He didn't, technically, but the letter had said at your earliest convenience and this was convenient. "Regarding the Potter Black inheritance and the associated lordship claims." Phileas blinked. His expression didn't change, exactly, but something behind his eyes shifted into a different gear. He looked at Harry for a long moment with an assessing quality that Harry found refreshing, not the starstruck recognition of the wizarding public or the careful evaluation of someone who knew who he was and had decided what to think about him. Just genuine appraisal, the way a jeweler looks at a stone. "Do you have the letter?" Harry placed it on the counter. Phileas picked it up with 2 fingers, read what appeared to be approximately the first 4 words, set it back down, and stood. "Follow me," he said. "Your companions as well, if they are trusted individuals." "They are," Harry said without hesitating. Hermione and Ron exchanged a glance and followed. They were taken not through the main doors to the vaults but through a side corridor Harry had never seen, narrow and lit by lamps that burned with a greenish light, the walls carved stone rather than marble. The corridor went on longer than seemed geometrically possible given the size of the building, turned twice, and deposited them in a room that was furnished in the way of a place that was meant to communicate importance without being showy about it, a heavy table, chairs that were slightly too large to be comfortable, and one wall that was entirely covered in a carving of interlocking runes that Harry couldn't read but that made the air in the room feel dense in a way that went beyond atmosphere. Ragnarok was already there. He was older than any goblin Harry had encountered, not that goblin age was easy to read, but there was something in the quality of his stillness that communicated great longevity, like an old tree that had simply decided it would outlast everything else. He was dressed in robes of dark red with silver piping, and when Harry came in, he stood. Goblins, Harry knew, did not stand for wizards. It wasn't done. It was a power statement so embedded in the culture of Gringotts that it had the status of physical law. Ragnarok stood. "Lord Potter Black," he said. And then he did something even more extraordinary. He bowed, not the shallow nod of formal courtesy, but a genuine bow, from the waist, brief but unambiguous. "I have been waiting for this meeting for 15 years. Harry sat down. "Then let's not waste any more time." Hermione sat beside him. Ron took the chair on the other side, arms folded, watching Ragnarok with cautious interest. The goblin settled back into his chair across the table and folded his hands and looked at Harry with the patient focus of someone who had spent centuries cultivating patience and didn't need to perform it. "The letter explained the basic situation," Harry said. "I want to understand what I'm actually claiming. All of it. Not a summary." Ragnarok inclined his head. "Refreshingly direct." "Very well." He produced a folder, actually produced it from a drawer in the table that Harry hadn't noticed, moving with precise efficiency, and opened it flat. "The House of Potter. A noble line of moderate antiquity, 500 years of recorded wizarding history, primary vault here at Gringotts containing liquid assets, property deeds, and sundry heirlooms. Your father was the last lord. His title transferred to you at his death but could not be formally claimed until you reached 16, which you have, as of last month. That is the simplest of your claims." He turned a page. "The House of Black. Ancient, considerably more complex. Sirius Black's will was contested by members of his family, specifically his cousin Bellatrix Lestrange, who argued he had no right to name you heir as you are not a Black by blood. This institution rejected that argument. The will is valid. His vault, his properties, including the house at Grimmauld Place, which you are currently using, his seat on the Wizengamot. All pass to you." Hermione was already scribbling notes on a small pad she'd pulled from her bag. Ron leaned over to look at what she'd written and she covered it with her arm without breaking eye contact with Ragnarok. "The Peverell line," Ragnarok continued. "Now this is older than anything the Ministry has a comfortable framework for. The Peverells predate the Statute of Secrecy, predate Hogwarts, predate the Wizengamot itself. The Lordship title is largely ceremonial in modern terms, but the hereditary magic bound to it is not ceremonial in the slightest. You are already carrying a primary Peverell artifact." He looked at Harry steadily. "The invisibility cloak." "I know," Harry said. "What you may not know is that the cloak is not merely an invisibility cloak. It is a hallow. The third of 3. And its bond to the Peverell heir is not simply one of ownership, it is one of magical recognition. The cloak knows you. It has been waiting to be claimed properly, which can only happen when the heir formally takes the title." The room was very quiet. "What does that mean?" Ron asked. "When the cloak is properly claimed?" Ragnarok looked at Ron for a moment with the expression of a goblin considering whether a question was worth answering, and apparently decided it was. "It means the Hallow's magic becomes accessible in full, rather than partially. The cloak currently makes the wearer invisible. When properly claimed by the Peverell heir, it makes the wearer undetectable by any means, mortal, magical, or otherwise. Including to death itself, which is what the story always meant." Hermione had stopped writing. She was staring at Ragnarok. "And the Slytherin line," Harry said. Ragnarok took a careful breath. "The Slytherin line is the most politically sensitive of your claims, which is why it was suppressed in 1823 by a ministry clerk who was, frankly, operating well outside his authority and did so with the apparent approval of the Wizengamot of that era, who did not want a Gryffindor-aligned family also controlling the Slytherin seat." A very small, very dry note entered his voice. "This institution found that situation to be legally incoherent and recorded it as such at the time, but was overruled by ministry decree. That decree, as we will discuss, is not worth the parchment it was written on under the terms of older law. I speak Parseltongue, Harry said. Yes. Because it is your birthright, not a gift from your enemy. The Slytherin line passes Parseltongue to heirs as a genetic trait, the same as eye color. Voldemort, Ragnarok said the name with no particular drama, the way you'd name a geographical feature, is also of Slytherin descent, through the Gaunt family. You are of Slytherin descent through a separate branch that his family and the Ministry chose to pretend didn't exist. He is not the heir of Slytherin. Neither are you, exclusively. But your claim to the title has legal and historical precedence over his, since his branch of the family had the title stripped by the Gaunt's own actions in 1899. Harry sat back in his chair. He felt Ron looking at him from the side. And Merlin, Harry said. Ragnarok closed the folder. The Merlin Accord is in a category of its own. It is not a bloodline inheritance in the conventional sense. It is an activation, a magical recognition triggered by the convergence of sufficient ancestral power. The accord was drafted by Merlin Emrys himself in 963 AD as a legal and magical framework for what he called the condensed heir, a wizard or witch in whom the foundational magics of Britain reconvene after sufficient dispersal across generations. Ragnarok looked at Harry with an expression that was difficult to read, but which contained something that might have been reverence, or might have been satisfaction. In plain terms, Merlin knew that his magic would scatter across bloodlines over the centuries, that it would thin and separate and resurface in fragments in different families. He built the accord so that if those fragments ever came back together in a single person, that person would be formally recognized, by law and by magic, as his heir and the holder of his title. And I'm that person, Harry said. The resonance activated 2 nights ago, Ragnarok said quietly. At approximately 2 in the morning. Tumblers in a lock. Harry looked at his hands. You felt it, Ragnarok said. It wasn't a question. Yeah, Harry said. I felt it. Hermione made a sound that was too complicated to be a single word. Ron was very still. What does all of this actually mean? Harry asked. In practical terms. What can I do with it? Ragnarok opened the folder again and pulled out a single sheet of paper, not parchment, actual paper, which seemed wrong for Gringotts and therefore felt important. In practical terms. You hold 4 Wizengamot seats, Potter, Black, Slytherin, and Peverell. Under Merlin's accord, you also hold 2 veto seats, meaning you can override any Wizengamot vote without a majority. You have the right to claim the title Lord of 4 Houses, which hasn't existed in British wizarding history in any form. Your ancestral vaults contain resources that would take a team of account managers 3 days to catalogue. And your legal authority under the accord supersedes, not as a matter of opinion but as a matter of documented ancient law, the authority of the Ministry of Magic in any matter pertaining to hereditary wizarding rights. Can I seat myself? Harry asked. On the Wizengamot. Can I do that without ministry approval? Ragnarok smiled. It was a goblin smile, which meant it involved more teeth than was socially comfortable, but the warmth in it was genuine. That is exactly the right question. And the answer is yes. Under the Founders' Compact, the hereditary seats are self-seating. You present yourself, claim the title formally, and the seats activate. The ministry has no mechanism to prevent it. Several ministries over the centuries have wished they did. The room settled into a particular quality of silence. Then Hermione said, very carefully, Harry. Yeah. Are you understanding what this means? I think so. No, she set down her quill, I don't think you are, quite, because you said it calmly and I don't think it's a calm situation. You don't just have political leverage. You have constitutional authority that the ministry can't touch. You could walk into the Wizengamot and, she stopped herself. Looked at Ragnarok. Could he restructure it? The Wizengamot? If current members were, say, compromised by association with Voldemort or corrupt practices, the Merlin Accord grants the condensed heir the authority to call a session, preside over it, and issue binding judgments, Ragnar said. Including removal from office. Ron let out a breath that wasn't quite a word. Including, Ragnar continued, with the measured delivery of someone who had waited 15 years to say this and was not going to rush it, sentencing to Azkaban. The silence was absolute. Harry looked at Ragnar. Ragnar looked at Harry. How soon, Harry said, can we do the formal claiming? Today, Ragnar said. If you're ready. I'm ready. Harry, Ron said. His voice had done something complicated. Are you, are we sure? Harry turned to look at his best friend. Ron was watching him with the particular expression he got when he was about to say something brave that he'd rather not have to say. His ears had gone slightly red, which with Ron usually meant he was either embarrassed or had decided something. You're about to ask if I'm sure, Harry said. And I am. But you don't have to be part of this. Either of you. If you want, don't finish that sentence, Hermione said flatly. We're not having the, you don't have to come conversation again. It never works and it wastes time. Ron uncrossed and recrossed his arms. I was going to say, are we sure we don't want to tell Dumbledore first? Harry held Ron's gaze. No. Ron held his gaze back for 3 full seconds. Then he nodded, once, decisively. All right. Then let's go claim your 4 lordships. The inheritance ritual took place in a lower chamber of Gringotts that Harry had never seen, stone-carved and ancient, lit by torches that burned without smoke and cast a light that made the shadows look carved rather than cast. There was a basin in the center, wide and shallow, carved from stone so old it had gone smooth as soap, and Ragnar stood on the opposite side of it with the folder and 2 other goblins Harry didn't know, who said nothing and moved with the focused precision of people whose job was to witness things and get the witnessing exactly right. It wasn't dramatic. That was the thing that struck Harry most. He'd expected something dramatic, spells, perhaps, or some overwhelming physical sensation. But it was simple, the way that truly old things often were. He pressed his palm to a small silver device, which pricked his finger and took a single drop of blood, and the blood fell into the basin and spread in patterns that meant nothing to him but that made Ragnar consult the folder twice with an expression of deep professional satisfaction. Ragnar read the results aloud in English and then in the goblin language, which sounded like water moving fast over stones, and then Harry repeated a formal claiming statement in English that Ragnar prompted him through, 3 sentences that were simple and precise and felt, as he said them, like stepping through a door. I am Harry James Potter Black, son of James Charles Potter and Lily Rose Potter née Evans, godson of Sirius Orion Black, blood heir of the Peverell line, ancestral heir of the Slytherin and Gryffindor founding lines, and condensed heir by the terms of the Merlin Accord of 963. I claim all titles, seats, vaults, authorities, and bound magical inheritances pertaining to these lines. I claim them freely, in full knowledge, without coercion or duress. The last word fell into the air. And then something happened. It wasn't a bolt of lightning. It wasn't a surge of power that knocked anyone across the room. It was quieter than that and more complete. Harry felt it begin at his sternum, that same place where the lock had turned 2 nights ago, and move outward through him in a wave, not painful, not exactly pleasurable, but unavoidable in the way of very fundamental things, like the first breath after surfacing from deep water. The runes carved into the chamber walls lit briefly, amber gold, and faded. The torches flared and settled. The 2 goblin witnesses exchanged a look that contained something Harry couldn't quite read. Ragnar, across the basin, looked at Harry steadily. The claiming is recognized, he said. By this institution, by the ancient law, and by magic itself. You are Harry James Potter Black, Lord of the noble houses of Potter and Black, Lord of the ancient house of Peverell, Lord of the founders' house of Slytherin, and Lord Accord of the Merlin line. He paused. Congratulations, my lord. You are, in terms of hereditary magical authority, the most powerful titled wizard in Britain. Harry looked at his hand. The small cut from the silver device had already closed. He didn't feel like the most powerful anything. He felt like himself, which was perhaps the point. Ragnarok, he said. I need the full documentation. Everything that establishes these claims legally. And I need a copy of the Merlin Accord itself. The original text if you have it. We have it, Ragnarok said. We have had it for 600 years. And one more thing. Harry looked up. Who else knows these claims were active? Specifically, did anyone in the ministry know? Ragnarok's expression sharpened slightly. The audit was a routine process, theoretically confidential. However. He paused. Director Fudge's office receives a monthly summary of significant Gringotts account activity. This month's summary would have included a flag on dormant lordship claims. Whether anyone in that office was sufficiently attentive to notice. He let that sentence end without finishing it. Harry nodded slowly. All right. Thank you. Will there be anything else today, my lord? Harry thought about the vaults, about the resources, about the long list of things he now had access to that he hadn't had last week. He thought about Sirius's house and Sirius's books and whether there were things in those vaults that would tell him more about what he'd just become. The vaults, he said. Not today. I need to, I have some things to think through first. Ragnarok nodded. Whenever you are ready. The vaults are yours. They left the chamber with 3 thick folders of documentation, a leather tube containing a copy of the Merlin Accord, and the particular quality of silence that happens when a group of people have just witnessed something they need to process before they can talk about. In the corridor on the way out, Ron said, "So. Bit of a day." Hermione pressed her lips together very hard. Harry said nothing, but something in his face, some tension that had been living there since the night of the Department of Mysteries, maybe longer, had gone. Outside, Diagon Alley was fully awake now, the morning crowd moving past Gringotts' marble steps without any idea that the world had just rearranged itself around a single blood test in a stone chamber underground. Harry stood at the top of the steps in the July sunshine. He didn't feel like he was standing at the edge of something high anymore. He felt like he'd already jumped, and found out, to his complete lack of surprise, that he could fly. Chapter 2, The Weight of Names. They didn't go straight back to Grimmauld Place. Harry stood at the top of the Gringotts steps with 3 folders and a leather document tube under his arm, the July sun pressing down on the back of his neck, and realized he was hungry. Not metaphorically. Actually, physically hungry, in the straightforward way of someone who hadn't eaten a real meal in 3 weeks and whose body had apparently decided that claiming 4 ancestral lordships was a reasonable occasion to start demanding proper food again. "Breakfast," he said. Ron's face did something that wasn't quite a smile but was related to one. "Yeah. All right." Hermione was already looking down the alley with a calculating expression. "The cauldron will be packed this time of morning. There's that place near the apothecary, the one with the blue sign, Madame Pudafoots is only in Hogsmeade," Ron said. "I wasn't suggesting Madame Pudafoots. I was suggesting, you know what, never mind. Harry, where do you want to eat?" "Somewhere with eggs," Harry said. "And coffee. Strong coffee." They found it in a side street off the main alley, a narrow cafe that Harry had walked past 40 times without going into, with mismatched chairs and a chalkboard menu and the sound of something sizzling somewhere behind a door that kept swinging open. The witch at the counter looked at Harry the way most people in the wizarding world looked at Harry, that flicker of recognition, the instinctive double-take, the moment of recalibration, and then clearly decided to treat him like a person, which Harry appreciated more than he could adequately express. They ordered. They sat. Hermione pulled one of the folders toward her and had it open before the coffee arrived. "Don't start yet," Harry said. She looked up. "Just 5 minutes. Before we start talking about it." Hermione closed the folder. Ron stretched his legs out under the table and looked at the ceiling with the philosophical tranquility of someone who had grown up in a house with 5 siblings and had learned very young how to be comfortable in loaded silences. The coffee arrived. Harry wrapped both hands around the mug and drank half of it before it had properly cooled, which burned his throat and woke something up at the back of his head that felt remarkably like clarity. He thought about the claiming. The specific quality of it, not dramatic, not overwhelming, just complete. Like a room that had always had furniture in it, but the furniture had been under covers, and now the covers were off. The room was the same room. The furniture was new. He thought about Sirius. About the title Sirius had held that Harry now held, and whether Sirius had known. Whether in any of their conversations over the 2 years they'd managed to have, Sirius had known that his godson was sitting on top of 4 dormant lordship claims and not said so. He thought probably not. He thought Sirius had been told what he needed to know and not much more, and that was a pattern he recognized from the inside. "All right," Harry said, setting down his mug. "Talk." Hermione opened the folder. She talked for 20 minutes with the focused intensity of someone who had been taking notes and needed to externalize them before they started interfering with each other. The food arrived partway through and she ate without looking down, fork moving to plate by some navigational sense that had nothing to do with attention because all of her attention was on the documents spread across the sticky cafe table. What it came down to, she said, was this. The 4 lordship claims were individually significant. Together they were constitutionally unprecedented. The Merlin Accord was the crucial piece. It was the legal instrument that elevated everything else from powerful wizard with several old family titles to legitimate governing authority that predates and supersedes the ministry. The ministry was founded in 1707, Hermione said. The Accord is from 963. There's no version of the law where a 1707 institution can override a 963 document, especially one that was specifically designed to be immune to subsequent political override. Merlin built that in deliberately. Of course he did, Ron said, through a mouthful of toast. He's Merlin. He'd have seen it coming. And the Wizengamot seats, Harry said. 6 seats total. For voting, 2 veto. Hermione tapped the relevant page. The veto seats are the extraordinary ones. Under the Accord, you don't need a majority to override a Wizengamot vote. You can simply veto it. That means, theoretically, you could block any legislation, any verdict, any decree the Wizengamot passes, unilaterally. Fudge will hate that, Ron said, not particularly sympathetically. Fudge has larger problems, Harry said. They both looked at him. Ragnock said the ministry gets a monthly summary of significant account activity. If anyone in Fudge's office saw that flag, a dormant lordship claim activating on the Potter Black accounts, they'll know I've been to Gringotts. They'll know I know. He finished his eggs. How long before they do something about it? Hermione's expression went very still in the way it did when she was thinking fast and didn't want her face to get ahead of her thoughts. If Fudge is scared of you having this authority, which he will be, because it makes him politically irrelevant, he'll move quickly. He has people in the Wizengamot who owe him. He might try to challenge the claims. He can't, Harry said. Ragnock was very clear about that. He can try, Hermione said. He can make it slow and complicated and bureaucratic and, then we move first, Harry said. Ron's ears went slightly red. Define move first. I walk into the Wizengamot and claim my seats. A small silence. Just like that, Ron said. The Founders' Compact says the seats are self-seating. I present myself, I claim the title formally, and the seats activate. The ministry has no legal mechanism to prevent it. He quoted Ragnock almost exactly and then looked at Ron steadily. So yeah. Just like that. Ron picked up his coffee. Put it down. Picked it up again. Right. Okay. Are we doing this today? No. I need the documentation organized first, Hermione. That's already doing it, she said, reaching for her bag. And I need to know more about what the Accord actually says before I walk in there. The full text. I can read it tonight. He paused. Also, I need to talk to Dumbledore. Hermione looked up sharply. You're going to tell him? No. He's going to tell me. Harry's voice was level. He's going to tell me what he knew and when he knew it, and I'm going to listen to what he says, and then I'm going to decide if it changes anything. He looked at his coffee. It won't. But I'm going to listen. Grimmauld Place announced Harry's return with its usual subtlety, which is to say the portrait of Walburga Black started screaming approximately 3 seconds after he stepped through the front door, and it took 2 full minutes and a curtain-closing operation conducted with the practiced efficiency of someone doing it for the 100th time to make her stop. In those 2 minutes, Mrs. Weasley appeared at the top of the stairs. Tonks materialized from the kitchen doorway with her hair cycling through colors like a mood ring having an anxiety attack, and Remus Lupin came out of the sitting room with a book still open in his hand and an expression of barely contained worry that Harry suspected had been running continuously since the Department of Mysteries. Mrs. Weasley came down the stairs with the energy of a woman who had been waiting to have a conversation and had opinions about where it was going to begin. Harry, Dumbledore said you weren't to. Good morning, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said, and something in his voice, not loud, not sharp, just clear in the way of things that don't need volume because they already occupy the space, made her stop on the 3rd step. Is Dumbledore here? A beat. Not until this evening. All right. He moved to the kitchen, setting the folders on the table. Lupin followed. Ron and Hermione came in behind. Tonks drifted after them with the expression of someone who is definitely not eavesdropping but is absolutely positioned for it. Lupin watched Harry move through the kitchen with quiet attention. He was good at that, watching without making you feel watched. It was one of the things Harry had always liked about him, even when it was inconvenient. You went to Gringotts, Lupin said. Not accusatory. Just accurate. Yeah. Harry turned to face him. Did you know about the Lordship claims? Something crossed Lupin's face. It was fast, almost invisible, but Harry had been reading people's faces his whole life because when you grow up in a house where the emotional temperature could turn dangerous without warning you learn to watch for the first signs of weather. It wasn't guilt, exactly. It was closer to the expression of someone who knew where a thing was kept but had convinced themselves that keeping quiet about it was a form of kindness. Remus, Harry said, very calmly. Did you know? Lupin set down his book. James mentioned the Potter Lordship title when you were born. It was, he thought it would be dormant until you were older. The plan was always to tell you. What about the others? Peverell? Slytherin? He watched Lupin's face. Merlin? A longer pause. I didn't know the full extent. I knew there were old family connections. The Peverell line was something Sirius had mentioned, in passing. I didn't know about, he stopped. The Merlin Accord isn't common knowledge. I don't think more than a handful of people in Britain know it exists. Dumbledore? Harry asked. Lupin looked at the table. That was answer enough. Harry nodded. All right. He pulled out a chair and sat. Sit down. I want to tell you what Ragnarok told me. All of it. Lupin sat. Mrs. Weasley, who had followed them in, sat too, with the automatic movement of someone whose body has decided this is a sitting-down conversation even if their brain hasn't caught up yet. Tonks sat on the counter. Ron leaned against the wall. Hermione opened another folder. Harry told them. He was clear and concise and didn't editorialize, just laid out the facts in the order Ragnarok had given them, and watched the room process it. Mrs. Weasley's expression cycled through several things he recognized: shock, concern, the instinctive maternal alarm of someone hearing that a child in their care has just become very powerful and therefore very visible, before settling into something more complicated. Tonks had stopped cycling colors, her hair was a steady deep blue, which on Tonks usually meant she was paying serious attention. Lupin listened without interrupting, which was characteristic of him, and his expression at the end was one Harry couldn't quite categorize, something between awed and grief-stricken, like someone looking at a thing they'd hoped for and mourned in the same moment. Harry, Lupin said, when Harry finished. His voice was steady but rough at the edges. What James would have given to see this. Harry looked at him for a moment. The grief stone in his chest shifted slightly but didn't go anywhere. Yeah, he said quietly. Then, because he couldn't afford to sit in that feeling right now, I'm going to claim the seats. The Wizengamot seats. Formally. Dumbledore will want to be involved in how that happens, Mrs. Weasley said immediately. Not quite a warning. Not quite a suggestion. He can have an opinion, Harry said. He's not going to get to have a plan. Mrs. Weasley opened her mouth. Closed it. Looked at her son, who was watching Harry with an expression she clearly hadn't seen before and wasn't sure what to do with. It's his life, Mum, Ron said, simply. His titles. His decision. She looked back at Harry. Her expression had softened from alarm towards something more like troubled affection, the particular warmth she had for things she disagreed with but loved too much to fight. Just, be careful, she said finally. I'm going to be very careful, Harry said. And very thorough. And I'm not going to apologize for any of it. He said it without heat, which somehow made it more final than anger would have. He spent the afternoon with the Merlin Accord. He took the leather document tube up to the room that had been Sirius's and was now technically his. The house was his, Ragnarok had confirmed it, the Fidelius charm restructured around him as secret keeper the moment the Black Lordship transferred, and sat on the floor with his back against the bed and the accord unrolled across his knees. It was long and written in a legal language that was half archaic English and half something else he couldn't identify, with marginal annotations in several different hands spanning what looked like several centuries. He read it slowly, going back when he lost the thread, and by the time the light from the window had moved from afternoon bright to the golden thickness of early evening, he had read it 3 times and understood most of it. Merlin had not been vague. The document was exhaustively specific, in the way of someone who had lived long enough to know exactly how many ways a good idea could be corrupted by ambiguity. It established the condensed heir's authority across 17 distinct domains, from property law to criminal sentencing. It described the activation conditions for the Merlin Accord Lordship in precise magical terms. It addressed the question of what happened when established institutions, specifically, it used the word bodies of governance, which in 963 AD meant something different than it did now but translated reasonably well, attempted to obstruct the condensed heir's exercise of authority. The relevant passage was in the 11th section, and Harry read it 4 times because the first 3 times he thought he'd misunderstood. He hadn't. In the event that a governing body shall act in opposition to the rights, titles, or legitimate authority of the condensed heir, whether through legislation, legal proceedings, or the exercise of institutional power, the condensed heir is empowered under this accord to void any such action, to remove from office any member of said body found to be acting in deliberate bad faith, and to impose such penalties as the condensed heir deems appropriate, up to and including imprisonment. Imprisonment, for the purposes of this accord, shall be understood to mean any legally recognized place of confinement. Britain's legally recognized place of confinement was Azkaban. Harry sat with that for a while. He thought about Fudge, who had tried to expel him from Hogwarts for performing a Patronus in front of a Muggle, who had put Umbridge in the school with the authority to torture students, who had spent a year calling him a liar and a lunatic while Voldemort rebuilt his army. He thought about the Wizengamot members who had voted to convict him in that courtroom last year, most of them Ministry Place men, Fudge loyalists, and, he now suspected, people whose wealth and comfort depended on keeping Voldemort's return unacknowledged. He thought about the Wizengamot members who almost certainly had active ties to Death Eater families and who had never been investigated because investigating them would be politically inconvenient. He thought about Sirius, sitting in Azkaban for 12 years without a trial, while a Wizengamot that knew better looked the other way. He rolled the accord back up carefully. His hands were steady. He heard footsteps on the stairs that were characteristically deliberate and unhurried, and he knew who it was before the knock. "Come in, Professor." Dumbledore opened the door and stood in the doorway with his half-moon spectacles and his silver beard and the particular quality of stillness that surrounded him like a weather system. He looked older than Harry remembered from the end of term. Or perhaps Harry was just looking at him differently now, not with the instinctive deference of a student toward a headmaster, but with something more like the level assessment of one person examining another. "You've had a remarkable day," Dumbledore said. "Sit down," Harry said. He was still on the floor. He stayed there. He didn't do it to make a point, he just didn't feel like standing. Dumbledore glanced around, found the room's single chair, and sat in it with the unhurried care of someone whose joints had opinions about floors. "How much did you know?" Harry asked. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Not the strategic silence of someone constructing an answer, but the genuine silence of someone deciding how truthful to be. Harry appreciated that he could tell the difference. "I knew about the Potter Lordship," Dumbledore said. "James and I discussed it when you were born. And I knew, in broad terms, about the Peverell connection. James had the cloak, and its history is not entirely obscure to those who study old magical bloodlines." He paused. "The Slytherin line, I suspected but could not confirm without access to the sealed Gringotts register." "And the Merlin Accord?" A longer pause. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I knew about the Accord." The room was very quiet. Somewhere below them, the house creaked in the way of old buildings settling. "Since when?" Harry asked. "Since shortly after your birth. When I examined the ancestral resonances present in your magical signature, which I did, with James and Lily's permission, as part of ensuring you would be protected properly, I saw the convergences. I saw what they could become." He looked at Harry over his spectacles. "I chose not to tell you because a Harry who knew he was the Merlin heir wasn't a Harry you could guide," Harry said. Dumbledore didn't look away. "Because a Harry who knew he was the Merlin heir at 11, or 12, or 13, might become someone who let the power define him before he knew who he was. And now?" "And now," Dumbledore said, "I think perhaps I was wrong." Harry looked at him. "Which part?" "I was right about waiting. I was wrong about how long." He sighed, a genuine tired sound, the kind that came from somewhere real. "You are 16, Harry, and you have already survived things that would have broken most wizards twice your age. The boy I was protecting in my calculations has been gone for some time. I simply didn't update my assumptions accordingly." Harry thought about being angry. The anger was there, available, a reliable heat he'd had access to for weeks. But something about Dumbledore's directness, the absence of deflection, the willingness to say I was wrong without wrapping it in so many qualifications it became meaningless, took some of the oxygen away from it. "I'm going to claim the seats," Harry said. "The Wizengamot seats. You should know that." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I expected you might. And I'm going to do it my way. I'm telling you, not asking you. I understand the distinction. There are members of the Wizengamot who have Death Eater connections. I know it and you know it. Fudge has been protecting them because their support keeps him in power." Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. "I'm not going to let that continue." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "The Merlin Accord gives you the authority to remove them." "Yes. And you've decided to use it." "I've decided to be ready to use it." Harry corrected himself precisely. "What they do next will determine whether I have to." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression. It wasn't approval, exactly, it was something more nuanced than that, something that contained both pride and a quiet grief, the look of someone watching a thing they helped build move past the point where they can control it and realizing the correct response is not to grab for the reins but to let go. "You mentioned," Harry said, "that you examined my magical signature after I was born." "I did. Did the Merlin Accord change anything? In what you planned?" Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap. "Yes. It changed one thing significantly." He met Harry's eyes. "The prophecy speaks of a power the Dark Lord knows not. I had my own theories about what that power was, love, sacrifice, the protection your mother placed in you. All of that is true. But the Merlin Accord suggested a second possibility. What? That the power the Dark Lord knows not, Dumbledore said, is legitimate authority. Voldemort has always operated outside the law because the law was never strong enough to challenge him. He has never faced a legal authority that could genuinely overshadow his own ancient bloodline claims. If the condensed heir stands in that courtroom and exercises the Accord's full power, he stopped. Voldemort has nothing to stand on, Harry finished. Not legally. Not magically. The Accord supersedes everything he claims as Slytherin heir. In theory. In practice, Harry said, he'll try to kill me. Yes. He will. Dumbledore said it without softening it, which Harry respected. But Harry, for the first time, you will not be fighting him from a deficit. You will be fighting him from a position of actual power. Not just courage and love and fortunate circumstances. Genuine, ancient, legitimate power. He paused. I wish I had given you that sooner. It was the closest thing to an apology Harry had ever heard from him. He sat with it for a moment and then, because he was done carrying old grievances as weights when he could set them down, he nodded. All right, Harry said. All right, Dumbledore echoed. Below them, Mrs. Weasley called up the stairs that dinner was ready. Dinner at Grimmauld Place that night was not a normal dinner. It was never precisely normal, the table was too long and the house was too dark and the wallpaper had opinions, but tonight the quality of unnormalness was different. More charged. The Order members who'd filtered in over the course of the afternoon, Kingsley Shacklebolt quiet at the far end, Moody with his magical eye doing its rotation, Mad Eye's real eye doing its own rotation in a different direction, Arthur Weasley watching Harry with thoughtful attention, all had the feeling of people who'd heard the broad strokes and were busy working through the implications. Kingsley was the one who said what everyone was thinking. The Ministry is going to push back, he said, midway through the main course, in the measured way he said everything. Hard. You're not just claiming titles, Harry. You're claiming authority that makes the current Ministry structure legally subordinate to you. Fudge will know that. Let him push, Harry said. He has Aurors, Moody said, with the professional flatness of someone who had been an Auror and was not particularly impressed by them as a threat. He has Aurors who will have to choose, if it comes to a direct confrontation, between following Ministry orders and breaking laws that are older than the Ministry. Harry looked at Kingsley. Where would you stand? Kingsley looked at him for a moment. I'm already standing here, aren't I? That was a genuine question. So was that. The ghost of a smile. I stand with the law, Harry. The real law. If the Accord gives you legitimate authority and Fudge tries to obstruct it, he's the one breaking the law. Not you. Moody made a sound that was roughly approving. Coming from Moody it sounded like a cart losing a wheel, but the sentiment was clear. What about the Death Eater-aligned families? Arthur Weasley asked. He was choosing his words carefully, in the way of someone who worked with these people and was aware of the complexity of that. The Wizengamot has several members whose family connections are compromised. If you move against them, I know, Harry said. Their families will react. He thought about the Malfoys, specifically. Lucius Malfoy was in Azkaban, but Narcissa Malfoy was not, and Draco was at school, and whatever else they were a family unit that Harry understood to be considerably more complicated than Death Eater ideologues. I'm not interested in punishing families. I'm interested in removing people from positions of power that they're using to protect Voldemort's interests. He looked around the table. There's a difference. The press, Hermione said, from Harry's left. We need to think about the press. The Daily Prophet has been actively hostile. If Fudge controls the narrative, he'll lose control of the narrative the moment I walk into the Wizengamot, Harry said. It's not about what the Prophet says beforehand. It's about what they have to report afterward. Hermione made her note-taking expression. Beside her, Ron was eating with the focused application of someone fueling up for a significant event and not incidentally following the whole conversation with complete attention. When? Lupin asked quietly. Harry looked at him. I need 2 more days. I want to read the full Accord text properly, not just the summary. And Hermione and I need to organize the documentation. We need to organize the documentation, Hermione corrected automatically. Ron included, Harry agreed. 3 days, maybe. Then I go. We go, Ron said, without looking up from his plate. Harry looked at him. Ron looked back, briefly, with the complete non-negotiable simplicity of someone who has made a decision and doesn't plan to elaborate on it. We go, Harry said. That night, Harry sat on the window seat in the room that was now his in the house that was now his, looking out at the dark London street below, where a thin rain had started while they were at dinner and was now moving in slow diagonal lines past the amber glow of the street lamps. He was holding the cloak. He'd had it for years, carried it, worn it, been grateful for it, but now, having read the Accord's description of what it actually was when properly claimed by the Peverell heir, it felt different in his hands. Not physically different. But the way something feels different after you understand what it is, the way a word changes after you learn its origin. He draped it over his hand and watched his hand disappear. Same as always, visually. But when he concentrated, and he wasn't sure what he was concentrating on exactly, just some new awareness that had come with the claiming, he could feel it. The cloak's magic, responsive under his hand, attentive in the way of something very old that has been waiting for the right person and has just recognized them. He thought about the other Hallows. The Elder Wand, wherever it was. The Resurrection Stone, lost somewhere in the Forbidden Forest, where he dropped it in what hadn't happened yet but felt inevitable, some future moment he could almost see the shape of, like a building in fog. He wasn't going to chase them. He wasn't going to become someone who was distracted by the legend of ultimate power when he already had more than enough power to do what needed doing. What needed doing was clear. The Wizengamot needed to be cleaned out, the people protecting Voldemort's influence needed to be removed from power, and the war needed to be fought from a position of authority rather than from hiding in people's houses and reacting to attacks. He was done reacting. Below, the street was empty. The rain continued. Somewhere in the house, he could hear the low murmur of Dumbledore and Lupin talking, not the words, just the texture of it, the particular rhythm of 2 people who've known each other a long time working through something difficult. Harry let the cloak slide off his hand. He thought about Sirius's room, his room now, and the portrait of Sirius's mother still shrieking behind her curtains downstairs, and the black family tapestry on the wall of the drawing room with its burned-off names and its relentless genealogy, and the strange symmetry of inheriting a house from someone who'd inherited it from a family he'd hated, and the further symmetry of Harry himself now carrying the names of 4 houses that history had decided were in opposition to each other. Gryffindor and Slytherin. 2 sides of the same magical tradition, split apart by a philosophical disagreement over 1,000 years ago and turned into an identity war that every student at Hogwarts was conscripted into from the moment the sorting hat opened its brim. Harry had been sorted into Gryffindor and spent 6 years understanding Slytherin as the enemy house, the dark house, the house that produced Death Eaters, and all the while carrying Salazar Slytherin's actual bloodline, his Parseltongue, his founder's magic, as if those things were embarrassments to be ashamed of rather than inheritance to be claimed. He was done being ashamed of things. He picked up the leather document tube from the nightstand, pulled out the Accord, and settled in to read it again. 3rd full reading. He wanted to know it well enough that when he walked into the Wizengamot, when he stood up in that courtroom and opened his mouth, he would be speaking from complete certainty. No hesitation. No deference. Nothing that could be mistaken for asking permission. Because he wasn't going to ask permission. He was going to walk in and tell them how it was going to be. The rain continued. The document unrolled. Harry read. In the street below, a black cat crossed from one puddle of lamplight to the next and was gone, and the city turned quietly around the house that carried names enough for a dynasty, and the boy inside it who was done being a piece on someone else's board read until the lamp burned low and his eyes were tired, and still he read, because knowing it completely was the only preparation that mattered. Tomorrow he'd start getting ready. In 2 days, he'd go. And it would not be quiet, and it would not be small, and nothing afterward would look the way it looked before. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 3, The summons. The arrest warrant arrived on Thursday morning inside a ministerial owl. Not a regular owl, a ministry owl, the official kind, white and officious with a red ribbon sealed around its leg in the kind of posture that suggested it had been told how important its delivery was and had taken the information personally. It landed in the middle of the breakfast table at Grimmauld Place between the toast rack and Hermione's third cup of tea, extended its leg with bureaucratic precision, and waited. Harry untied the ribbon. The parchment inside was thick, official, watermarked with the ministry seal, and dense with the particular language of documents that were designed to sound inevitable. He read it once, quickly, then set it flat on the table. Ron leaned over to read it upside down. His expression went from curious to incredulous in approximately the time it took him to reach the second paragraph. "You're joking," he said. "Afraid not." Harry picked up his tea. Hermione snatched the parchment and read it properly, her eyes moving fast. By the time she finished, 2 bright spots of color had appeared on her cheeks. "Uncontrolled dark magical emissions," she said, reading directly from the text, her voice carrying the precise controlled fury of someone who was extremely angry and extremely articulate about it. "Causing a public disturbance. Violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery." She looked up. "Harry, you haven't done any magic in 2 weeks." "I know. The ritual at Gringotts wasn't sorcery in any legal sense covered by the decree. The decree applies to magic cast voluntarily by underage wizards in Muggle-adjacent areas. The claiming ritual was a Gringotts institutional procedure." He recited this from memory because he'd read the relevant sections of the decree twice the previous evening, having suspected something like this was coming. "They know it won't stick legally." "That's not the point." "Then what is the point?" Ron asked. "The point," Harry said, "is to get me into that courtroom before I can seat myself on the Wizengamot." He said it calmly, the way you state a fact about weather. "The night bus is loud. The ministry is trying to arrest me before I can legally claim authority that would make arresting me impossible." Hermione was already on her feet, folder open, scanning pages. "If you're a formally seated Wizengamot member before they convene the trial, they can't try me in front of a body I'm a member of. Parliamentary immunity." Harry had read that section too. "Which is why they're moving fast. The warrant is dated yesterday." He pointed at the top of the parchment. 2 days after the Gringotts visit. Someone in Fudge's office was paying attention to that monthly summary. The kitchen door opened and Lupin came in, still in last night's clothes, with the look of someone who'd either not slept or had only recently stopped. He saw the warrant on the table, read it in 4 seconds, Lupin was a very fast reader, and pulled out a chair. "How long do we have?" he asked. Harry checked the warrant again. "They've set a hearing date for Monday. It's Thursday morning. 4 days. "That's enough time," Hermione said immediately. "If we move today. The documentation is ready, I finished organizing it last night, every claim cross-referenced with the relevant legal precedents, the accord text annotated." She pulled the relevant folder from the stack she'd apparently brought to breakfast, which said everything about Hermione Granger. "Harry needs to present himself to the Wizengamot clerk's office and formally register the Lordship claims. That's the legal step that activates the seats." "Can he do that without triggering the arrest warrant?" Lupin asked. "The warrant is for a hearing on Monday. He hasn't been arrested yet, it's a summons. He's legally free until Monday morning." She looked at Harry. "If you register the claims today, then by Monday I'm a seated Wizengamot member and they can't try me in their own court," Harry finished. "Yeah. That's the plan." A pause. That was the plan before the warrant arrived, Ron said slowly, or that's the plan now that the warrant arrived? Before, Harry said. I told you 2 days ago I was moving in 3 days. The warrant just confirms the timeline was right. Ron stared at him for a moment. How did you know they'd move this fast? Because Fudge is scared, Harry said simply. Scared people move fast and sloppy. The charge is fabricated, the legal basis is thin, and they scheduled it 4 days out instead of the standard 2 weeks because they're rushing. He pushed back his chair. Which means they already know their position is weak. Which means we have an advantage if we don't waste it. He stood up. Finished his tea. Set the mug down. Get dressed, he told Ron. Hermione, bring everything. We're going to the ministry. Mrs. Weasley intercepted them in the hallway. She was holding the warrant, someone had clearly shown it to her, probably Lupin, and her face was doing several things at once, the primary one being the controlled terror of a mother who has had too many children in too many dangerous situations and has not, despite extensive practice, gotten used to it. Harry, she started. Mrs. Weasley. He stopped. He looked at her properly. Not with the polite deflection he usually used when she was worried about him, but actually looked at her, at the genuine fear there, the love underneath it, the woman who had fed him and housed him and yelled at him for his own good and who represented, for him, the closest thing to a mother he'd actually known. I'm going to be all right. You don't know that. No, he agreed. But I know what happens if I don't go. Nothing changes. The war doesn't change. Voldemort doesn't change. The people protecting him in the ministry don't change. He held her gaze. I'm done waiting for someone else to change things. Her mouth pressed into a line. Then she did something he hadn't expected, she pulled him into a brief, fierce hug, the kind that communicated about 6 things at once, most of them too complicated for words. Then she stepped back and held him by the shoulders and looked at him with an expression he'd never quite seen directed at him before. Like she was proud of him. And heartbroken about it. At the same time. You come back, she said. Always do, Harry said. She let him go and stepped aside. Kingsley met them at the ministry entrance. He was in his aura robes but off-duty, which was a careful distinction, present as a friend, not as ministry enforcement, which protected him professionally while still putting a qualified aura at Harry's back. He didn't say much. Just fell into step beside Harry as they came through the phone box entrance and rode the cramped compartment down into the ministry atrium. The atrium was busy in the Thursday morning way of a large bureaucracy getting its day organized, witches and wizards moving in and out of the golden lift banks, memos flying overhead in their paper airplane formations, the security desk occupied by Eric the security guard, who looked up when Harry came through and did the double take that Harry had stopped being surprised by. Harry walked to the security desk without breaking stride. Harry Potter. I'm here to see the Wizengamot clerk's office. Eric fumbled for his wand. I'll need to register, I know. I'll wait. He waited while Eric went through the registration process, watching the atrium with the specific quality of attention that came from knowing you were in a place where several things were probably happening around you that you hadn't been told about. He spotted 2 aurors near the lift bank who were doing the thing where you pretend you're not watching someone while absolutely watching someone. He saw a witch in ministry robes who looked up from a memo she was carrying, saw Harry, and immediately turned and walked quickly in the other direction. He didn't react to any of it. Floor 2, Hermione murmured beside him. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The clerk's office is a subdepartment. I know. I know, he said, slightly more gently. You're prepared. I know. She settled. Slightly. They took the lift to the 2nd floor. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement on a Thursday morning had the energy of a place that had been told something significant was happening and was collectively pretending it hadn't been. The witches and wizards at their desks were working with a very specific kind of busyness, the productive performance of people who are busy in every direction except the one they're actually paying attention to. The Wizengamot clerk's office was at the end of a corridor that smelled of old parchment and ink, behind a frosted glass door marked Wizengamot Administration Services in the peeling gold letters of a sign that had been important enough to put up and insufficiently important to maintain. Harry opened the door without knocking. The clerk behind the desk was a small witch named, according to the nameplate, Millicent Bagnall Price, who had the organization of someone who'd been running this office efficiently for long enough that she'd outlasted 4 ministers and had opinions about all of them. She looked up when Harry came in. "I need to register a formal claim of Wizengamot hereditary seats," Harry said. He placed the first folder on her desk. "House of Potter, House of Black, House of Peverell, House of Slytherin, and the Merlin Accord Lordship. All documentation is in order. I have the Gringotts certification, the blood test results, and the relevant legal precedents." Millicent Bagnall Price looked at the folder. Looked at Harry. Looked at the folder again. "Mr. Potter," she said, with the careful precision of someone choosing words one at a time, "I'm going to need to verify, everything's there." He opened the folder and turned it to face her. "The Gringotts seal is on every page. You'll find the Merlin Accord text in the leather tube. It's a certified Gringotts copy, which under the charter holds the same legal weight as the original." He waited. "I'm not in a hurry." He was actually in something of a hurry, but he wasn't going to perform it. She opened the folder. Her expression moved through several stages: professional skepticism, grudging attention, growing alertness, and finally a quality of very controlled reaction that Harry respected. She was reading properly. "Good. The Slytherin claim," she said. The Ministry Register suppressed it in 1823 by decree," Harry said. "The decree is referenced in the documentation on page 7. The Gringotts sealed register, which predates and supersedes the Ministry Register on matters of hereditary record, confirms the claim. The Ministry decree is, under the terms of the Founders' Compact, legally unenforceable as an obstruction of an active bloodline claim." She looked at page 7. Then at Hermione, who was standing to Harry's left, and who Millicent Bagnall Price apparently correctly identified as the person who had organized the folders, because she gave her a very brief look of professional acknowledgement. "I'll need to process this through standard verification," she said. "How long does that take?" Kingsley asked, from near the door. "Technically, 72 hours for a standard claim. However," she paused, and something in her face shifted almost imperceptibly, the expression of someone who has been in a job long enough to know when the system is being weaponized and who has their own opinions about that. "Under a Tier 1 hereditary claim, which is the Merlin Accord classification, the legal requirement is same-day provisional registration." She looked at Harry. "Provided documentation is complete." "It's complete," Hermione said, just slightly ahead of Harry. "I can see that." Millicent Bagnall Price pulled out a form that was considerably longer than any standard form had a right to be. She uncapped a quill. "Then we begin now." It took 2 hours. Millicent Bagnall Price was the sort of bureaucrat who gave bureaucracy a good name: meticulous, fair, and absolutely impervious to the noise happening outside her door, which grew incrementally more significant as the morning progressed. At some point in the first hour, Harry heard voices in the corridor. Elevated voices. The particular register of senior ministry officials who had been told something they didn't like and were expressing their displeasure in the vicinity of a door they hadn't been invited to open. Harry didn't turn around. Ron had positioned himself near the door with the relaxed casualness of someone who wasn't guarding anything in particular and definitely wasn't watching the corridor through the frosted glass. Kingsley had moved to stand near the window, which was a small window that overlooked an interior ministry courtyard and was therefore not strategically useful and entirely beside the point, given that Kingsley's presence was the point. In the second hour, the corridor sounds stopped. Either whoever it was had been moved along by someone, or they'd decided to regroup. Harry suspected the latter. "Final section," Millicent Bagnall Price said, pushing 3 pages across the desk. "Your signature on each, dated today." Then I countersign, attach the Gringotts certification, and file the provisional registration. You'll receive formal confirmation within the hour. Harry signed all three. His handwriting was not beautiful, it was the handwriting of someone who had taught himself most things and had never had anyone take particular interest in the quality of his penmanship, but it was clear and it was his, and he wrote Harry James Potter Black, Lord Potter, Lord Black, Lord Peverell, Lord Slytherin, Lord Accord Merlin across each page without hesitation. Millicent Bagnall Price countersigned with the precise satisfaction of someone completing a document that will matter historically. She stamped it with 3 different stamps, attached the Gringotts certification with a spelled binding, and filed it in the relevant drawer with a small, definitive click. Provisional registration is complete, she said. Lord Potter Black. She said the title with careful professionalism and only the smallest emphasis, the kind that communicated she was aware of what she'd just done and had made her peace with it. Thank you, Harry said. Genuinely. She looked at him over her reading glasses. Don't waste it, she said. They came out of the clerk's office into a corridor that had considerably more people in it than it had when they went in. There were 4 Aurors, which was immediately obvious and not particularly subtle. There was a ministry official Harry didn't recognize in expensive robes, flanked by 2 assistants. And there was Percy Weasley. Percy had the posture of someone who knew he was about to have a bad conversation and had selected a formal posture as armor against it. He was in full ministry robes, his badge polished, his prefects, his senior officials, expression deployed at maximum opacity. When he saw Harry come through the door, something complicated moved across his face very quickly. When he saw Ron, it got more complicated. Harry, Percy said, and his voice was careful in the way of someone who has rehearsed this. On behalf of the ministry, you're here to what, exactly? Harry asked. He kept his voice conversational. Genuinely curious. Percy blinked. He'd clearly prepared for something other than genuine curiosity. The minister has been made aware that you've attempted to file a claim. I haven't attempted anything, Harry said pleasantly. The claim is filed. Provisional registration completed as of, he checked the time on the corridor clock, 8 minutes ago. Percy's mouth opened. Closed. The minister would like to discuss the matter, the expensive-robed official cut in, stepping forward with the energy of someone who'd been told they were handling this and had taken the assignment seriously. Before any claims are formally recognized, they're already formally recognized, Hermione said, from Harry's right. She had a copy of the provisional registration in her hand. Millicent Bagnall Price had provided 3 copies, unasked, which was either standard procedure or a small act of silent solidarity. Provisional registration under a Tier 1 hereditary claim is legally binding from the moment of filing. That's the Hereditary Titles Act, Section 9, Subsection 4. The official looked at her. And you are? Hermione Granger. I'm Lord Potter Black's legal advisor. She said it with the tranquil authority of someone who had decided this was her title and dared anyone to dispute it. The 4 Aurors were watching Harry with the professional neutrality of people who had been given instructions that were becoming increasingly complicated by the minute. Harry looked at each of them in turn. Not aggressively. Just looked. He recognized 2 of them from order meetings, Dawlish, who had tried to arrest Dumbledore last year, and a younger witch whose name he didn't know but who had the expression of someone running an internal calculation whose conclusion was making her uncertain. Dawlish, Harry said. Dawlish looked at him. You know what's in that registration, Harry said. You know what the Merlin Accord is. Dawlish said nothing, which was itself a kind of answer. Whatever the minister told you to do when I came out of that office, Harry said, I'd encourage you to think very carefully about whether it's an order you want to follow. Because in approximately 48 hours, I'm going to be a seated member of the Wizengamot, and the legal situation of anyone who obstructed that process is going to be very uncomfortable. He wasn't threatening. He was informing. There was a difference, and he delivered it as a difference. The younger witch stepped back slightly. Not dramatically, just enough. Percy was watching Harry with an expression that had moved past official opacity into something more human and less managed, the expression of a person who was looking at a situation he'd been told about and realizing the briefing had left some things out. His eyes went to Ron, briefly. Ron looked back at him. Not warmly. But not without recognition. Percy, Harry said, the warrant they issued is fabricated. You know it and I know it and whoever signed it knows it. Whatever they told you about why they needed it, that's not what it's for. It's to get me into that courtroom before I can do exactly what I just did. He watched Percy process that. I've done it now. So the warrant is moot. Percy's jaw was tight. The minister's position is that he's scared, Harry said. Not unkindly. He should be. He's been protecting people he shouldn't be protecting and blocking things he shouldn't be blocking, and he's about to have to answer for it in front of a body I'm now a member of. That's a legitimate thing to be scared of. He picked up his folder. I'm not your enemy, Percy. Tell the minister I'll be in touch. He walked past the Aurors, who let him through, not with enthusiasm, but they let him through, and Ron and Hermione and Kingsley fell into step around him, and they walked down the corridor and to the lifts without being stopped. In the lift, going up, Ron exhaled slowly through his nose. Percy looked terrible, he said. He's in a hard position, Harry said. Ron looked at him. You're being very fair to Percy, considering Percy spent last year telling anyone who'd listen that you were unhinged. Yeah, well. Harry watched the floor numbers count up. I think Percy's starting to realize he backed the wrong side. And when people are realizing they were wrong, yelling at them doesn't help. It just makes them dig in. A pause. Huh, Ron said. What? Nothing. Just, Ron shook his head slightly. You're different. You keep saying that. You keep being different. The lift opened into the atrium. They walked through it without stopping. They went back to Grimmauld Place and Harry called a meeting. Not an order meeting, he specifically asked Lupin to let Dumbledore know what had happened but did not request his presence, which sent a message he intended to send. This was Harry's meeting, in Harry's house, with Harry's people. The sitting room that evening held Lupin, who sat with his arms folded and his eyes very attentive. Tonks, who perched on the arm of a chair and had gone a steady silver blonde that she sometimes wore when she was concentrating. Kingsley, who stood because he always stood, with the solid presence of a person who understood rooms and how to occupy them. Arthur Weasley, who had come directly from the ministry and still had his own badge on and an expression that said he'd had an interesting afternoon. Ron. Hermione. Neville, who had arrived unannounced an hour earlier via Floo with a note from his grandmother saying she thought he should be here, which told Harry that Augusta Longbottom, who was nobody's fool, had been paying attention. And Luna, sitting cross-legged on the floor with her shoes off, who had simply appeared in the kitchen at 4 o'clock and, when asked how she'd known to come, had said, "The Nargles told me," which Harry suspected was not actually about Nargles but had given up interrogating. Right, Harry said. He was standing because the room was full and because this felt like a standing-up conversation. Here's where we are. The provisional registration is filed. The seats activate at midnight tonight, which is the standard registration delay for Tier 1 claims, Millicent Bagnall Price confirmed that when she handed me the documents. From midnight I'm a seated Wizengamot member and the arrest warrant effectively becomes void. Effectively, Hermione added carefully, because the ministry can challenge the registration, but that challenge goes to the Wizengamot, Harry said, which means it goes to a body I'm now a member of and which can't try me without my participation as a full member. The process loops back on itself. It's legally trapped. He looked around the room. The warrant doesn't go away. Fudge will push it. He'll try to convene a special session before I can formally seat myself, some kind of emergency tribunal. He can convene one, Arthur said, carefully. As minister, he has the authority. But an emergency Wizengamot session requires at least 48 hours notice to all seated members. He paused. All seated members. Which as of midnight includes you. Which means I'll be notified, Harry said. Which means I'll be there. And if he doesn't notify you? Neville asked. He'd been quiet until now, sitting forward with his forearms on his knees, listening with the focused attention he'd been developing over the past 2 years of learning that paying attention was a survival skill. If he holds the session and just doesn't send you the notice? Then the session is invalid, Hermione said. Anything decided in it is legally void. Which he knows. Fudge might not care about legal void, Lupin said quietly. He might decide that controlling the public narrative is more important than legal precision. A conviction, even an irregular one, is a powerful tool for him. Harry nodded. He'd thought about this. That's why I want to address the press before he can. Silence. Specifically, Harry said, I want to give an interview. Tomorrow. To the Prophet? Kingsley said, with the tone of a man for whom that suggestion required interrogation. No. Rita Skeeter. The room's response was immediate and multiplex. Lupin's eyebrows went up. Ron made a sound. Hermione's expression went through 5 stages in 2 seconds, ending somewhere near resigned calculation. Hear me out, Harry said. The Prophet won't run anything Fudge doesn't want printed. They've been in his pocket for a year. But Skeeter is a freelancer. She operates outside editorial control when she wants to. She also has a vested interest, he looked at Hermione, in staying on our good side. Hermione had discovered Rita Skeeter was an unregistered animagus the previous year. The knowledge had been sitting in her possession like a particularly useful trump card, unused, waiting. You want to use her, Hermione said. I want to give her the biggest story of her career, Harry corrected. Which she genuinely gets. In exchange for printing it honestly. He held Hermione's gaze. She likes power. She's not ideological. If I'm the most powerful person in Wizarding Britain as of midnight tonight, she'd rather be reporting me accurately than be caught on the wrong side of me. A pause. That's. Hermione appeared to be having an internal argument. That's actually a reasonable assessment of her psychology. I know, Harry said. You've been thinking about this a lot, Tonks said. For 2 days, he confirmed. The Merlin Accord changes everything. But only if people know it exists. Fudge is banking on public ignorance, on people not knowing their legal history, not knowing that his authority is actually subordinate to mine under old law. If Skeeter publishes the full story, the claims, the accord, what it means, the evidence that the arrest warrant is fabricated, before any emergency session can happen, Fudge loses the information advantage. What does he have left if he loses that? Arthur asked. Very little, Harry said. Power, some. The institutional machinery, for now. Loyal Aurors, maybe a handful. But no public support, no legal ground, and a Wizengamot that is about to have several of its members facing serious scrutiny about their Death Eater connections. You're going after them, Neville said. Not a question. Yes, Harry said. But carefully. Not all at once, not as revenge. As law. The Accord gives me the authority to remove Wizengamot members acting in bad faith and to impose penalties. I'm going to use that authority correctly, evidence, proper process where I can manage it, public justification. He looked around the room. I'm not a tyrant. I'm a lord acting under older law than the ministry. There's a difference, and I intend to make that difference visible in everything I do. Neville was nodding slowly, with the expression of someone whose faith in something is being both confirmed and exceeded. Luna, from the floor, was looking at Harry with her usual transparent clarity, the expression of someone who doesn't find it necessary to perform surprise at revelations they already expected. What do you need from us? Lupin asked. Research, Harry said, looking at Hermione. I need a list of every current Wizengamot member with documented Death Eater family connections, family member convicted, family member suspected, or property records showing donations to known Death Eater-affiliated causes. Anything that can be evidenced. He looked at Arthur. Can you access ministry records? Some of them, Arthur said. The property donation records are public. Some of the conviction records. He paused. I'll need to be careful. I know. Don't put yourself at risk. Use what's accessible and flag what isn't. He looked at Kingsley. I need to know about the Oracle. Who will hold Fudge's line and who won't, if it comes to a direct confrontation inside the ministry. I can tell you the rough shape of that, Kingsley said. And I need someone to contact Rita Skeeter, Harry said. He looked at Hermione. She pressed her lips together. I'll do it, she said, with the air of someone agreeing to eat something they don't like for a very good reason. I still have the beetle jar. Several people looked at her with the expression of people who had not previously been aware of the beetle jar. Long story, Ron said. After the meeting broke up, Harry found Neville in the hallway. He hadn't planned the conversation. But Neville was standing in the hallway with his hand on the newel post and an expression that was doing something careful, the look of someone working up to saying something they've decided they need to say before they lose the nerve. What? Harry asked. I want to help, Neville said. I mean, I know I'm helping, with the research and whatever you need. But I mean in the Wizengamot. When you go in. He stopped. I want to be there. Harry looked at him. Neville, it could, don't tell me it could be dangerous, Neville said, with a quiet firmness that Harry hadn't heard in his voice a year ago and was a very significant thing to hear now. I was in the Department of Mysteries. I was there when Sirius, he stopped briefly. I know what danger is. I'm asking because I want to be there. Because it matters. He paused. And because Gran always said the Longbottoms have a hereditary seat too. From before the ministry. She said it was never claimed because there was nobody strong enough to claim it into. He looked at Harry directly. But if the room changes tonight, if your registration activates what you say it activates, then maybe that's different. Harry was quiet for a moment. Have you talked to your grandmother about this? She's the one who sent me here, Neville said simply. Harry put a hand on his shoulder briefly. Talk to Hermione tonight. Tell her about the Longbottom claim. If it holds, you should register it as soon as possible. Something in Neville's face changed, a slow thing, a quiet thing, like a door that had been warped shut by years of being told it wouldn't open finally being pushed open by someone who hadn't stopped pushing. Yeah, he said. All right. Harry sat in the kitchen alone for a while after everyone had gone to bed. The house was quiet in the way of old houses, not silent, because it had its own sounds, its own creaks and settlings and distant murmurings from portraits and objects that had opinions, but quiet in the inhabited way, the way a place is quiet when it's full of sleeping people. Sirius had sat in this kitchen. Harry put his hand flat on the table. The wood was old and scarred with years of use and the particular damage of a house where magical objects were kept and occasionally had opinions about it. He thought about Sirius eating breakfast here, sprawled in one of the chairs with his feet up and his face creased with laughter at something that had made him bright with it, the person he'd been before Azkaban had taken years from him that he never quite got back. The anger was there. It was always going to be there, at least for now. But it was a clean anger, not the wild grief-soaked kind that had sent him into Umbridge's office and gotten them all into the Department of Mysteries. This was the kind of anger that was useful, that narrowed into focus instead of radiating outward, that made you precise rather than reckless. He was going to walk into the Wizengamot. And he was going to do it with everything he'd claimed. Everything that had been waiting in the blood for generations, locked away by registry suppression and ministry decree and the comfortable assumption that a boy who didn't know what he carried couldn't use it. He knew what he carried now. His watch showed 11:53. He waited. At midnight, he felt it. Not dramatic. Not a thunderclap or a rush of power or the kind of sign that would look significant from the outside. Just a settling. A click. The same quality as the claiming in the Gringotts chamber, the tumblers in the old lock, the furniture revealed. Somewhere in the records of the Wizengamot, 6 seats had just activated in his name, and the legal architecture of wizarding Britain had rearranged itself around a fact it hadn't anticipated. Harry sat with his hand flat on the scarred kitchen table of his godfather's house. He thought about Monday. About the courtroom. About Fudge's face when Harry walked in not as a defendant but as a lord. He thought about what came after that. The thought didn't frighten him. It didn't thrill him, exactly, either. It felt more like the settled certainty of something that was always going to happen, and which was now approximately 72 hours away. He took his hand off the table. Went upstairs. Slept without difficulty, deeply and without dreaming, for the first time in 26 days. The next morning, Hedwig returned from Hermione's midnight errand with a note that had green ink on it and smelled faintly of an expensive and slightly alarming perfume. "Mr. Potter, I had a feeling you'd call. I'll be at the Leaky Cauldron at 10. Bring tea money, I prefer the imported kind. RSPS. I look forward to the story of the decade. Try not to be boring." Harry read it twice, handed it to Ron, who read it and said, "She's either going to be the best decision you've ever made or the worst," and poured himself coffee. "Probably both," Harry said. "That's very on-brand for you," Ron said. Harry drank his coffee, and outside the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place, London was grey and purposeful and getting on with its morning, and 3 days from now everything was going to change. Chapter 4. The courtroom Monday arrived the way significant days always did, without ceremony, with ordinary light. Harry was up before 6. He'd slept well again, which was becoming a pattern he didn't examine too closely for fear of breaking it. He showered, dressed in the clothes Hermione had laid out the night before. She'd gone to Madame Malkin's on Saturday without telling him and come back with robes that were cut properly, deep green-black, nothing ostentatious but nothing apologetic either, the kind of clothes that said "I know exactly where I'm going," and came downstairs to find the kitchen already occupied. Ron was at the table with a plate of toast and the tactical focus of someone eating for performance rather than pleasure. Luna was making tea with the unhurried precision she brought to everything, her earrings, small golden suns today, catching the early light. Neville sat with both hands around a mug, not drinking it, just holding it, his jaw set in the particular way of someone who has decided to be brave and is letting their body catch up to the decision. Hermione was already dressed, the documentation folders stacked at her end of the table with color-coded tabs that she'd been applying since Friday and which Harry suspected she'd been adding to in her sleep on some level. Nobody said good morning. It wasn't that kind of morning. Harry sat, took a piece of toast from Ron's plate, and ate it. Rita's piece ran, Hermione said. She slid the morning's paper across the table. It was not the Daily Prophet. It was Which Weekly, which Skeeter had apparently decided was the right vehicle, broader readership than the Prophet, less in Fudge's direct editorial pocket, and, as she had told Harry on Friday at the Leaky Cauldron over tea that she had ordered in quantities that suggested she billed by the cup, darling, Which Weekly's editor would print the Dark Arts instruction manual if it shifted copies, so she'll certainly print this. The front page was Harry. Photograph, the good one. She'd brought a photographer and gotten a shot that managed to look neither staged nor sycophantic, just Harry looking directly at the camera with the expression he apparently now wore by default, which was the expression of someone who had stopped qualifying themselves. The headline was in red, Lord of Four Houses, the truth about Harry Potter's hereditary claim, and what it means for the Wizengamot below it, in slightly smaller text, exclusive interview, the Merlin Accord explained, the fabricated arrest warrant exposed, and why the Ministry of Magic has no legal authority to try the most powerful titled wizard in Britain. Harry scanned the piece. It was long, Skeeter had given it 4 pages, which he suspected was either a record or close to it for Which Weekly, and it was, against every reasonable expectation, accurate. Brutally, precisely, legally accurate. She'd printed the relevant sections of the Accord verbatim. She'd named the charge against Harry, the date the warrant was issued, and printed a side-by-side comparison with the actual decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, making it visually obvious that the charge didn't hold. She'd named 3 Wizengamot members as having documented Death Eater family connections, which Harry had given her with the evidence, and she'd included the relevant public record citations. She'd also, and this was the part Harry had specifically requested, explained the Merlin Accord's authority structure in plain language. Not legal language. Plain language. The kind that a witch who read Witch Weekly for the Quidditch gossip and the potion skincare columns would understand without a law degree. It was, Harry thought, the most useful thing Rita Skeeter had ever done. "It's good," he said. "It's very good," Hermione said, with an expression like she'd bitten into a lemon and found it tasted of chocolate. "I hate that she's capable of this when she wants to be." "People often are," Luna said serenely, pouring tea. Dumbledore came at 7:30. He came alone, which Harry had specified, no order escort, no group of advisors. Just him. He looked like he'd been up for some time, which given his general relationship with sleep schedules probably meant he'd been up since 3 doing something Harry would find out about eventually. He sat across from Harry at the kitchen table while the others gave them space, not leaving entirely, because this was still Harry's house and his people weren't going anywhere, but moving to the other end of the kitchen with the diplomatic discretion of people who could hear perfectly well and weren't pretending otherwise. "The Witch Weekly piece," Dumbledore said. "Necessary," Harry said. "I agree, actually." He said it without preamble, which Harry appreciated. You've removed his narrative advantage before he could use it. That was well done. He folded his hands. "I came to tell you that I spoke to Fudge last night." Harry waited. "He intends to proceed with the hearing," Dumbledore said. "He's received legal advice, from someone, I suspect, with Death Eater sympathies and a creative approach to statutory interpretation, that the provisional registration can be challenged on procedural grounds, and that a special emergency session convened before the challenge is resolved gives the Wizengamot authority to try you regardless of your registered status." "That's wrong," Hermione said, from the other end of the kitchen, not even pretending she wasn't listening. "It is wrong," Dumbledore agreed, without turning. "It is also what he intends to argue." "Then he argues it to my face," Harry said. "In the courtroom. Where I'll be sitting as a member." Dumbledore looked at him steadily. "He'll try to have you removed before you can speak." "He can try," Harry said. "What does he have?" "For Aurors who haven't read enough legal history to know they're being used, and a fabricated charge that Hermione could dismantle with one hand while doing something else with the other." "I could," Hermione confirmed, from the kitchen. A corner of Dumbledore's mouth moved. "You've grown considerably, Harry." "I've always been this person," Harry said. "I just didn't have the tools." The statement landed quietly. Dumbledore received it without deflection, which was its own kind of response. "I'll be there," Dumbledore said. "In my capacity as Supreme Mugwump." "I know," Harry said. "Don't interfere. I had rather thought I'd let you work." "Good." They left at 9. All of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Kingsley. 6 people walking out of the front door of Grimmauld Place into the grey London morning with the synchronized purpose of people who have decided something and are doing it. Lupin was at the door. He gripped Harry's arm briefly, said nothing, and let him go. Mrs. Weasley stood in the hallway behind him, and she also said nothing, but her hand went to her mouth for just a moment, and Harry saw it, and looked at her, and nodded once. Then he turned and walked. The Ministry atrium was different today. Word had gotten out, the Witch Weekly piece had done its work, and the atrium had the particular quality of a place that knows something significant is happening and has rearranged itself unconsciously around that knowledge. People moved differently. The normal flow of commuters and ministry workers still existed, but underneath it was a different current, the way a river moves differently when there's something large beneath the surface. People watched Harry come in. Not the usual double-take recognition. This was something else, considered, assessing, some of them with the paper tucked under their arms, some of them having clearly read it and now looking at Harry with the recalibrating expression of people updating their operating assumptions. He heard his name murmured several times. He didn't react to any of it. At the security desk, Eric looked up and opened his mouth to begin the registration procedure. Harry Potter, Harry said. Wizengamot session. Seated member. Eric looked at his list. Found the name. Looked up at Harry with an expression that mingled bewilderment with the particular deference that the Ministry security desk extended to Wizengamot members, which was apparently automatic and slightly more muscular than the deference it extended to regular visitors. Right. Yes. Floor 10, sir. Sir. Harry nodded and walked to the lifts. The doors to courtroom 10 were already open. Harry had been in this courtroom before. He remembered it, the stone walls, the tiered benches curving around the central chair, the atmosphere that pressed down on you like weather. He'd been brought here at 15, in the shackled chair in the center, with the magical chains and the assembled Wizengamot arranged above him like a tribunal of adults who had already decided and were performing the formality of asking. The chair was empty now. The benches were filling. Harry stood at the entrance and looked at the room with the specific attention of someone who has thought very carefully about a space and is now verifying their mental map against the reality. 60 seats in the tiered benches. 43 currently occupied, by his count, with more arriving. The Chief Warlock's chair at the apex, currently empty, Dumbledore not yet arrived. The press gallery to the right, already full, with quick quotes quills scratching and a photographer already set up. He spotted Fudge in the third row, in his green bowler hat, talking with animated intensity to someone Harry didn't recognize in expensive robes, his legal advisor, probably. Fudge had not seen Harry yet. His face was doing the controlled anxiety of someone who has a plan and is waiting anxiously for it to unfold in the right order. Harry walked in. He didn't head for the defendant's chair in the center. He walked along the side aisle and up the tiered steps toward the Wizengamot benches, moving with the unhurried certainty of someone who knows exactly where they're going. There were 6 seats on the left tier, near the center, that had the specific quality of newly activated spaces. He couldn't have explained how he knew this, it was somewhere between observation and the deeper-than-observation awareness that had come with the Accord's activation, but those seats were his. He sat. The effect was immediate. Not everyone noticed at once, the room was busy, conversations overlapping, the general noise of a significant session assembling itself. But those who did notice did so with the specific shocked stillness of people whose assumption of how this morning would go had just been upended. Fudge looked up. Their eyes met across the courtroom. Fudge had the face of a man who has been outmaneuvered, which is a very specific face. It combines shock with desperate recalculation, the expression of someone who had 3 plans and is suddenly aware that all 3 required a condition that no longer exists. He recovered fast, Harry gave him that, and leaned immediately to his legal advisor and began talking in a very low, very rapid voice. Ron sat in the visitors' gallery to Harry's left, Hermione beside him, Neville 2 seats down. Kingsley was standing near the back of the room in his aura robes, which was a statement in itself, a senior aura present as an observer, not as ministry enforcement. Luna had found a seat in the press gallery, which she'd apparently walked into without anyone stopping her because she had the quality of someone who belongs wherever they happen to be, and was sitting with a notebook open and an expression of interested serenity. Dumbledore came in at 9:30, sweeping through the main doors with his silver beard and his deep purple robes and the gravitational authority that was just part of how he existed in rooms. He went directly to the Chief Warlock's chair at the apex of the benches, settled into it, and looked around the courtroom with the expression of someone taking attendance. His eyes found Harry. Something moved in them, recognition, satisfaction, something older. He inclined his head, very slightly. Harry inclined his back. Fudge's legal advisor stood up. He was a tall wizard named Runcorn, Harry found out later, from Hermione's files, with the expensive robes and carefully managed confidence of someone who charged extraordinary sums per hour and had a reputation for finding creative ways to make law do what his clients wanted. He cleared his throat with the practiced resonance of a man who understood that a courtroom was a performance space. "Before this session is formally convened," Runcorn said, projecting across the room with professional ease, "the Minister of Magic wishes to raise a preliminary matter regarding the composition of this body." The room quieted. The quick quotes quills started moving faster. "It has come to the Minister's attention," Runcorn continued, "that an individual, Mr. Harry Potter, has this morning presented himself and occupied a Wizengamot bench without authorization, on the basis of a provisional claim that is currently subject to challenge on procedural grounds." Harry let him finish. He waited 2 full seconds after Runcorn stopped speaking. Then he said, calmly, without raising his voice, but with the specific projection of someone who had been playing Quidditch in open air for 5 years and had no difficulty making themselves heard, "The claim isn't subject to procedural challenge. The registration is complete, the documentation is certified by Gringotts under their full institutional charter, and the provisional status converted to permanent activation at midnight Saturday, 36 hours ago. Mr. Runcorn knows this. He advised the minister that a challenge was possible, not that it would succeed." He didn't look at Runcorn when he said it. He looked at the room. The distinction mattered. He wasn't arguing with Fudge's lawyer. He was informing the Wizengamot. Runcorn's composure flickered. "The procedural question is addressed in the Hereditary Titles Act, Section 9, Subsection 4, Harry said. "Which Ms. Granger, my legal advisor, will be happy to read aloud if anyone in this room requires clarification." He finally looked at Runcorn. "Do you require clarification?" A silence. "The minister," Runcorn said, recovering, "maintains that the nature of these claims, particularly the Merlin Accord Lordship, which is unprecedented in modern precedent," "It's unprecedented in modern precedent," Harry agreed, "because nobody has met the activation conditions in 600 years. That doesn't make it less valid. It makes it more significant." He reached into the folder he'd placed on the bench beside him and withdrew a document. "I have here a certified copy of the Merlin Accord, dated 963 AD, which predates this institution by approximately 700 years. I also have, page 14, if anyone wants to follow along, the specific clause addressing the rights of the condensed heir to occupy hereditary seats regardless of any subsequently created institutional rule that might attempt to restrict those rights." He said it on the bench. The Accord anticipated this conversation. Merlin was very thorough. From somewhere in the middle benches, a which Harry didn't know made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was related to one. Fudge was on his feet. "This is irregular, yes," Harry said. "It is. Sit down, Minister." The room went very quiet. Not because Harry had shouted, he hadn't. But there was a quality in the instruction, the combination of its directness and the complete absence of deference in it, that was different from anything this room was used to hearing directed at Cornelius Fudge, who was accustomed to people managing him rather than directing him. Fudge did not sit down. His face had gone red. "You do not have the authority, under the Merlin Accord, Section 11, Harry said, "The condensed heir, when present in a session of any governing body, holds presiding authority over matters relating to hereditary law and the enforcement of the Accord's terms. That authority supersedes the authority of the Minister of Magic, which is a ministry-created office, and therefore junior to an accord that predates the ministry." He met Fudge's eyes. "I have the authority. And I'm telling you to sit down." Fudge's legal advisor put a hand on his arm. Fudge, after a moment in which several calculations were visibly running behind his eyes, sat. Dumbledore, from the Chief Warlock's chair, said nothing. He was watching with the expression of a man observing something he has waited a long time to see. "Good," Harry said. He looked at the room. "The original purpose of this session was to hear charges against me. Uncontrolled dark magical emissions. Violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery." He let that sit for a moment. "I'd like those charges addressed." Hermione stood up in the visitors' gallery. She was holding a folder and she was also, somehow, projecting the energy of someone who had studied for this specific examination for 3 years and was deeply ready to demonstrate it. The incident cited in the warrant, she said, her voice clear and carrying, allegedly occurred at approximately 2 a.m. on the night of Thursday the 22nd of July. The decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery applies to, and I quote, magic deliberately performed by persons under the age of 17 in residential areas with Muggle populations above 5%. The relevant event, as cited, was the activation of the Merlin Accord claiming ritual, which took place within Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a non-residential space, not subject to the decree's jurisdiction. Furthermore, the Accord activation was not performed magic in any statutory sense. It was a biological inheritance event triggered by a blood recognition process. The decree doesn't cover biological events. She flipped a page. Additionally, and perhaps most relevantly, the Ministry's own improper use of magic office has no record of any magical emission report from the relevant address on the relevant night. I have a certified copy of their log. The charge is fabricated. She placed the document on the gallery railing. The courtroom had the specific quality of silence that means a large number of people are all thinking the same thing at the same time. The charge is dismissed, Harry said. Not should be dismissed. Is dismissed. Under the Merlin Accord's authority over matters of hereditary law, which this charge directly concerns, I'm voiding it. The warrant is null. He set the relevant Accord page face up on the bench. Now, since we're all here, I'd like to address several other matters. Fudge stood up again. This is not, you cannot simply, I can, Harry said. And if you keep interrupting me, I'm going to add obstruction of an Accord session to the list of things we're discussing today, which will not improve your morning. He looked at Fudge with the same calm he'd brought to everything since Saturday morning. Sit down, Minister. Please. The please landed differently from how it usually did. It wasn't softened by politeness, it was the please of someone who has given a direction and is offering one final opportunity to take it before the direction becomes something else. Fudge sat. Thank you, Harry said. He looked around the benches. What I want to discuss is the composition of this body. Specifically, several members of this Wizengamot who have been protecting the interests of individuals in active service to Voldemort. He used the name. Several people flinched. He waited for them to finish flinching. I have documentation. He lifted the second folder. Property records, donation records, and in several cases, correspondence records that Gringotts provided under the Accord's authority, which supersedes Ministry privacy protections in cases involving active threats to wizarding governance. He looked at the benches. I'm going to read 17 names. A sound moved through the room like wind through trees. Lord Avery. Lord Knott. Lord Selwyn. Lady Rosier. Lord Jugson. Lord Crabbe. He read steadily, name by name, watching each person as he said their name. Some of them went pale. One, Jugson, stood up and immediately sat back down when Harry looked at him. Lord Yaxley. Lord Travers. Lord Carrow. Lady Carrow. He paused. Madame Umbridge. The room's reaction to that last name was complicated. Dolores Umbridge was in the fourth row, in her characteristic pink, and she had her hands folded in her lap and her expression deployed at maximum pleasant blankness, which was far more chilling than visible distress would have been. She looked at Harry when he said her name with the patient, poisonous composure of someone who had survived many difficult situations by simply outlasting them. I'm not going to go through the evidence for each name individually, Harry said. It's in the documentation, which will be distributed to all members of this body at the close of today's session. He set the folder down. What I'm going to do is give each of these individuals an opportunity, right now, to respond. Because this is not a mob. This is law, under the oldest legal framework in Britain, and I intend to practice it accordingly. He looked at the 17 names. Anyone who wants to dispute the evidence has 30 seconds to stand and say so. A pause. Lord Yaxley stood. He was a large man with the kind of face that had once been handsome and had curdled into something meaner. He had the practiced outrage of someone who had spent years being politically protected and was accessing that outrage now by instinct, not strategy. This is a travesty. This is a 16-year-old boy with a piece of paper from a bank. Sit down, Yaxley, Harry said. I will not. Your property records show 3 donations totaling 40,000 galleons to the Selwyn Foundation between 1995 and 1996, Harry said. The Selwyn Foundation is a documented front organization for Death Eater family wealth management. That's in the public record at the Gringotts Property Registry, which anyone in this room can access. Do you want to dispute that, or would you like to sit down? Yaxley sat down. Nobody else stood. All right, Harry said. Under the authority of the Merlin Accord, Section 11, Paragraph 3, I am removing the following individuals from their Wizengamot seats on the grounds of deliberate bad faith in their capacity as governing members, specifically, the use of their positions to shield known and suspected Death Eater interests from investigation and prosecution. He read the names again. All 17. Removal from the Wizengamot is immediate and permanent, subject to appeal through the process laid out in the Founders' Compact, which I'll make available to anyone who wants a copy. He looked at the room. Additionally, under the same authority, I am sentencing the following individuals to Azkaban pending formal trial to be conducted by a properly constituted Wizengamot within 90 days. He read 9 of the 17 names. Not all of them, the distinction mattered. The 9 were the ones Hermione's research had connected directly and evidentially to active Death Eater operations, not just financial associations. He wasn't sending people to Azkaban for being afraid or for writing a check to the wrong foundation. He was sending people to Azkaban who had actively worked to protect Voldemort's interests from within Britain's governing body. Jugson was on his feet again. Lord Avery had gone the color of old plaster. Lady Carrow was standing and saying something in a voice that kept breaking. Harry looked at Kingsley, who was standing near the back of the room. Kingsley nodded. He was already moving. 3 other Aurors who had positioned themselves at the room's exits, Aurors who had been privately contacted in the previous 48 hours by Kingsley, who had told Harry he was confident about, moved as well. It was not a battle. It was an arrest. There is a difference, and the difference is administration. 9 people were escorted out of the Wizengamot chamber in approximately 6 minutes, in the ordered, professional manner of a legal system functioning correctly. Umbridge was the last. She didn't stand when her name was read for the Azkaban list. She sat with her hands folded and her smile fixed and her eyes on Harry with the expression of someone calculating whether there was an exit she hadn't identified yet. When the Auror arrived at her row, she stood with careful dignity and straightened her pink cardigan. Mr. Potter, she said, with the sweet, poisonous precision that had made Harry's blood boil for an entire year. He looked at her. You think this changes anything? She said. Still smiling. People like you always think they've won. She paused. You haven't won. I know, Harry said. This is just the beginning. He held her gaze. Take her. The Auror did. The courtroom was very quiet for a long moment after the door closed. Then someone started talking, a woman in the upper tier, one of the Wizengamot members Harry recognized from Order of the Phoenix reports as consistently resistant to Fudge's more extreme positions. She was talking to the person beside her in a rapid undertone that carried. Other conversations started. The quick quotes quills in the press gallery had gone so fast they'd started to smoke slightly. Fudge was sitting very still. He was looking at the empty spaces in the benches, 9 of them, the physical absence of people he'd relied on, whose support had been the architecture of his power base, with the expression of a man standing in a building that has just lost several load-bearing walls. Harry looked at him. He'd thought about what to say to Fudge. He'd rehearsed several versions, firm, decisive, legally precise. He'd rejected them all because they were too much. Sometimes the most powerful thing was to say less. Minister, Harry said. Fudge looked up. His face was a complicated thing, the shreds of official authority still there, but diminished, the bowler hat that always looked slightly wrong now looking entirely wrong, a costume from a production that had closed midway through its run. "Your office will receive a full accounting of today's proceedings," Harry said. "And a formal notice that the Merlin Accord is now in active operation in British wizarding governance. That has implications for the ministry that your legal team should review carefully." He paused. "I'm not your enemy either. But I'm not going to pretend the last 2 years didn't happen, and I'm not going to allow the ministry to continue operating as a protection mechanism for Death Eater interests." He let that sit. "I'd suggest getting better legal advice." Fudge said nothing. That was also an answer. Dumbledore, from the Chief Warlock's chair, leaned forward slightly. "I believe we should adjourn," he said, with the gentle authority of someone who understands that some moments need space after them. "Given the unprecedented nature of today's proceedings, a formal record will be compiled and distributed within 24 hours. Are there any objections from the remaining members?" Nobody objected. "We are adjourned," Dumbledore said. Harry picked up his folders and stood. The corridor outside courtroom 10 was chaos of the productive kind, people talking over each other, Aurors conferring, ministry officials moving with the particular energy of people who have just witnessed something significant and are trying to determine what their job is now. The press gallery had emptied into it and 2 journalists immediately converged on Harry. He stopped. He answered 3 questions, carefully, precisely, citing the accord for each, and then said he had nothing further to add and kept walking. They kept trying. He kept walking and they eventually fell behind. Ron materialized at his elbow. Hermione at his other side. Neville behind them with Luna, who had apparently exited the press gallery with the calm of someone who'd been watching a play she'd already read and was satisfied with the production. 9, Ron said, as they walked. "You sent 9 people to Azkaban. Pending proper trial," Harry said. "It's not a life sentence. It's remand pending proper process. Which they'll get." He looked at Ron. "I wasn't going to just remove them from office and let them walk out and go back to their houses and their networks. Not while Voldemort is still active. They'd have been Death Eater assets within a week." "No, I know," Ron said. "I'm not arguing. I'm just," he shook his head. "Processing." "Take your time," Harry said. "Was it what you expected?" Neville asked, from behind. Harry thought about it. The question deserved an honest answer. "It was smaller than I expected," he said. "Not in importance. In mechanics. It was just law. Older law than they were using. But still just law." "That's the point, isn't it?" Luna said, thoughtfully. "The most frightening things are usually just, orderly. When they're done right." Harry looked at her. "Yeah. Exactly." They came out into the atrium. A crowd had formed. Not aggressive, just present, the ministry workers who'd gotten word of what was happening in courtroom 10 and had gravitated toward the atrium the way people gravitate toward significant events, drawn by the specific current of history when it's moving fast enough to feel. They saw Harry. They watched him walk through. He didn't stop. Didn't perform. Didn't raise his hand or make a speech or give anyone a moment to photograph as a symbol. He just walked, with his 3 friends and his unlikely philosopher, through the golden atrium and to the phone box exit, and the crowd parted for him with the instinctive deference of people who have just watched someone become something they don't quite have a word for yet. Outside, the London street was grey and ordinary and smelled of bus exhaust and a coffee cart on the corner, and the city had no idea what had just happened underground in its ministry. Harry breathed the outside air. "Lunch?" Ron said. "Yeah," Harry said. "Because I'm starving," Ron said. "Watching you do that took a lot out of me, and I was just sitting in the gallery." Harry laughed. A real laugh, genuine, the kind that came from somewhere uncomplicated. Hermione smiled, and Neville exhaled the breath he'd been holding since approximately 9:30, and Luna was already looking at the coffee cart with interested attention. It felt like the end of something. But Harry knew, clearly, without doubt, the same clear knowledge he'd had since the night with the accord and the lock and the tumblers, that it was actually the beginning. They went to lunch. The city turned around them. Somewhere in the ministry, 9 empty seats in courtroom 10 waited to be properly filled. Somewhere in Azkaban, 9 new residents were arriving. Somewhere in Britain, news was beginning to travel at the speed of owls and fire calls, and people who couldn't quite believe what they were hearing and were telling someone else about it. And somewhere, Harry was quite sure, Voldemort was receiving a report about what had happened this morning. He thought about that over his soup and decided it could wait until after dessert. Chapter 5, The Fallout. The Daily Prophet ran 3 front pages on Monday. Harry found out about this from Arthur Weasley, who arrived at Grimmauld Place at 6 in the evening with ink on his fingers and the slightly stunned expression of a man who had spent the day watching an institution he'd worked in for 20 years try to process something it had no framework for, and who had found the experience educational in the way that earthquakes are educational. The first edition had gone to press before the Wizengamot session concluded. Its headline, Potter Defies Ministry Summons, Horrors on Standby. The second edition, rushed out at noon, had been retitled in the scramble, Unprecedented Wizengamot Session, 9 members removed. The third, which had apparently caused significant argument at the Prophet's editorial offices and which bore the marks of a headline committee that had fundamentally disagreed with itself, read simply, Lord Potterblack and the Merlin Accord, what does it mean? The third one is the most honest, Arthur said, accepting a cup of tea from Mrs. Weasley. Nobody knows what it means. That's actually accurate. It means the ministry has to figure out how to operate with a Wizengamot that's lost 17 seats and has a member who can veto any vote it passes, Hermione said, from the kitchen table where she was already deep in what appeared to be a constitutional framework she was drafting on 17 sheets of parchment arranged in an overlapping grid. That's what it means practically. What it means politically is more complicated. What does it mean politically? Neville asked. He'd stayed the night, which he'd done by simply not leaving, which Harry had noticed and not addressed because having Neville in the house felt right in a way that was hard to articulate. It means everyone in Wizarding Britain is currently deciding whose side they're on, Harry said. He was on the floor of the sitting room, which he'd found was a good place for thinking, lower center of gravity, less like a perch, more like a position, with his back against the settee. And some of them are going to land wrong. As if the universe had been waiting for that specific sentence as a cue, Creature appeared in the center of the room with a crack and said, in the aggrieved monotone of a house elf who considered most things beneath his dignity but was reporting them anyway, there is a visitor at the door. A witch. She does not give her name. She says she does not need to. Everyone looked at everyone else. What does she look like? Harry asked. Creature's expression managed to convey disapproval and precision simultaneously. Blonde. Expensive. She is looking at the door as if it owes her money. Harry stood up. Let her in. Harry, Hermione started. I know who it is, he said. He was right. Narcissa Malfoy walked into the hallway of Grimmauld Place with the quality of someone who was perfectly aware that entering this particular house was a statement and had made peace with the statement before crossing the threshold. She was in traveling robes of deep grey blue, no jewelry except a single strand of pearls and a kind of understated elegance that announced wealth more effectively than anything ostentatious could. Her blonde hair was immaculate. Her face was composed with the precision of someone who had spent a lifetime composing it. She looked at Harry. Harry looked at her. Lord Potterblack, she said. She said the title with perfect neutrality, not deference, not irony, just accuracy. Like naming a geographical feature. Mrs. Malfoy, Harry said. The sitting room door was open. He was aware of the people in it, Ron's careful stillness, Kingsley's hand having moved without drama to somewhere near his wand, Lupin in the doorway of the kitchen with the expression of someone who had decided to wait and see. He didn't ask her to come in yet. I'm not here as an enemy, she said. Her voice was composed, but there was something underneath it that was working harder than the surface suggested, a tension like a wire pulled taut. "I'm here because I need to talk to you, and because I think you're intelligent enough to understand that my coming here at all is a significant gesture." Significant gestures from Death Eater families can mean several things, Harry said. Something moved across her face. It wasn't offense exactly, more like the flash of someone acknowledging a fair point. "My husband is in Azkaban. I did not put him there, but I will not pretend his choices were not his choices." She held Harry's gaze. "I am not here about Lucius. I am here about Draco." Harry studied her for a moment. Her posture was perfect, had probably been perfect her entire life, the physical discipline of a woman raised to present nothing to the world that she hadn't chosen to present. But her hands were very still in the way that hands are when someone is actively preventing them from moving. He stepped back from the doorway. "Come in." He heard Ron make a quiet sound behind him that was probably the beginning of an objection. He didn't turn around. He took her to the study, the small room off the hallway that had been Sirius's father's domain and still had the atmosphere of a room that had taken itself very seriously. He didn't particularly like the room, which was exactly why he chose it. Neutral territory. Not the kitchen, which was his people's space, not the sitting room, which was too communal. Here. She sat in the chair across the desk. He sat behind the desk not because he needed the authority of it but because it was the natural geography of the room and he wasn't going to rearrange furniture for a conversation he hadn't solicited. "You read the Witch Weekly piece," Harry said. "I read it Saturday morning," she said. "I had it read and analyzed and had spoken to my solicitor about the legal implications before noon." A pause. "You were thorough. More thorough than I expected from someone your age." "People keep saying that," Harry said. "I'm starting to think they had low expectations." Her expression moved, not quite a smile, but something adjacent. "Perhaps. Or perhaps the expectation was set by the boy who stumbled through the Triwizard Tournament looking slightly lost." "I was slightly lost," Harry said. "I'm not anymore." "No," she agreed. "You're not." She folded her hands in her lap. "Draco is not a Death Eater." Harry said nothing. He waited. "He has the dark mark," she said, and the steadiness with which she said it, the way she delivered that sentence without flinching, acknowledging it as a fact before he could use it as a weapon, was impressive and slightly painful to watch. "He was given it by Voldemort at the end of last term. Against my wishes. Against, I believe, his own better judgment, though he would not tell me so." She looked at Harry directly. "He was given a task. A task designed to fail. Voldemort gives tasks to people he wants to punish. If they succeed, he profits. If they fail, they suffer." "What was the task?" Harry asked. She held his gaze. "To kill Dumbledore." The room was very quiet. "He couldn't do it," she said. "He had his wand raised." "He didn't." She paused. "Snape completed the task. Whatever your opinion of Severus, what he did that night gave Draco a path out of a corner he could not escape from otherwise." Harry thought about Dumbledore, about the conversation in Dumbledore's office after the end of term, which had been careful and incomplete in the way of conversations with Dumbledore that contained more than was being said. He thought about what Dumbledore had told him and what Dumbledore had not told him, and revised his assessment of at least part of it. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked. "Because," Narcissa said, "you removed 9 Wizengamot members today on the basis of Death Eater connections. And Draco is currently at home, in our house, which I own outright and which Lucius's arrest has technically made my sole property, with a dark mark on his arm." Her voice remained steady throughout this. "When your attention turns to the wider sweep, and it will, I think, turn to it, I need you to have the full picture before you make a decision about my son." Harry looked at her. "You came here to preemptively argue his case." "I came here," she said, "because I believe you are the kind of person who makes decisions based on evidence and judgment rather than category." And I believe that because of how you handled today. She paused. You removed 9 people from office. You had the authority to remove 17 and send all of them to Azkaban. You chose not to, because the evidence didn't warrant it for 8 of them. That is, not what most people would do with that kind of authority. What would most people do? Most people, given what you were given this morning, would have been drunk on it within the hour, she said flatly. You were not. Harry sat back in his chair. He looked at the woman across from him, at the controlled fear underneath the impeccable surface, the love for her son that was the only thing in the room that was entirely unguarded, visible in the set of her shoulders and the particular quality of her stillness, the stillness of someone who is not calm but is maintaining calm as the only tool available. I'm not going to send Draco to Azkaban for having a dark mark he was coerced into taking, Harry said. She breathed, a small movement, barely visible. Thank you. But, Harry said, I'm going to need to talk to him. Her expression recalibrated. He won't be easy to talk to. Neither am I, Harry said. I'm not asking for easy. I'm asking for honest. A pause. He would never admit it in those terms. No. I know. He thought about Draco, about the years of hostility and competition and the particular performance of contempt that Harry had always read, even through his own anger at it, as something performed rather than felt. As armor rather than conviction. He doesn't have to admit anything. I just need to understand his position. He looked at her. If he's genuinely not a Death Eater, if his choice not to kill Dumbledore means what you're saying it means, then he needs to be somewhere safe. Not necessarily here. Somewhere that isn't the first place Voldemort looks when he decides Draco has outlived his usefulness. Narcissa was very still. Think about it, Harry said. You don't have to decide anything tonight. And you won't, she stopped. Started again. You won't move against us before I've had time to respond. I'm not moving against you at all, Harry said. You came to me. That tells me what I need to know about where you actually stand. He met her gaze. Take a week. Talk to Draco. Then come back. She stood. He stood. They looked at each other across the desk in the room that had belonged to a man neither of them had liked very much. You're not what I expected, she said. People keep saying that too, Harry said. Something that was, unmistakably, a very small and very reluctant smile crossed Narcissa Malfoy's face. It lasted approximately half a second. Then she nodded, once, with precision, and left. He went back to the sitting room. Everyone was there. Even Creature was loitering near the doorway with the performative disinterest of someone listening to every word. The temperature in the room had the quality of a group of people who have been having a conversation and stopped having it when they heard footsteps. Before anyone says anything, Harry said, settling back onto the floor against the settee, yes, I invited her in. Yes, I'm aware of who she is. And yes, I think it was the right call. What did she want? Lupin asked, with the measured care of someone who had known the Black family and understood that nothing connected to them was simple. Information, Harry said. She gave me more than she asked for, which was useful. He looked at the room. Draco was given the dark mark. He was tasked with killing Dumbledore. He couldn't do it. Snape stepped in. He watched their faces process that. She's asking me not to sweep Draco up in the general accounting when we get to that stage. Ron was frowning. You believe her? I believe that a woman who walked voluntarily into Sirius Black's house to make a case for her son's safety was not doing it for the fun of it, Harry said. Whatever else Narcissa Malfoy is, she's not a risk-taker. Doing this was a significant risk. He looked at Ron. And I believe what she said about how Draco handled the Dumbledore situation. Because it fits. He paused. Draco's a lot of things. He's not a killer. A complicated silence from Ron, who had complicated history with that name. What does this mean for us strategically? Hermione asked. She was asking practically, which was how she processed emotional complexity when it arrived in a context that also had operational implications. It means we potentially have a line to Narcissa, Harry said. Who is extremely intelligent, has significant social connections within the Death Eater adjacent families, and is clearly not committed to Voldemort's cause. She's committed to her son, which is actually more reliable. He looked at Kingsley. Useful, yes. Kingsley looked like he was doing several calculations at once. If she's genuine, yes. Very. Right. So we cultivate it carefully and we don't assume more than we know. He looked around the room. What else happened today that I missed? Quite a bit, actually, Arthur said, from his chair. He was on his second cup of tea and looked slightly less stunned than he had when he arrived. The Prophet isn't the only thing in motion. I had 3 flu calls from ministry colleagues this afternoon. People want to know what happens next. The ministry administration it's not quite in chaos, but it's listing. Several senior officials who've been riding Fudge's coattails are suddenly very interested in finding alternative arrangements. Rats, Ron said, without particular venom. Just accurate. It's not all cynical, Arthur said, mildly. Some of them have genuinely been uncomfortable with the direction things have been going. Having a framework that makes it legally viable to take a different position is, for some people, the push they needed. We'll need to give them something to stand behind, Harry said. Not me specifically, an institution. The Merlin Accord provides the legal framework, but what the ministry needs is a restructured Wizengamot that functions properly. Elections to fill the removed seats from properly qualified people rather than appointing Fudge loyalists. He looked at Hermione. That's the next project. Hermione looked at her 17-page parchment grid. I've been working on it since 3 o'clock, she said. Of course she had. The Order members trickled in over the course of the evening, Tonks arriving with her hair in a complicated shade between red and bronze that suggested she was simultaneously proud and nervous, Moody stumping in with his magical eye going in 3 directions at once, Hestia Jones and Daedalus Diggle in a pair that always reminded Harry of an improbable comedy act that was actually quite good. Harry let the meeting run longer than he usually would have, because people needed to talk. The events of the morning had shaken things loose, not just in the ministry but in people themselves, in the Order members who had spent a year operating under the assumption that they were an outgunned resistance and were recalibrating towards something different and more complicated. Moody sat in the corner and watched Harry throughout most of the meeting with his magical eye, which was usually unsettling but tonight felt more like being monitored by someone who was taking notes for a purpose Harry couldn't quite identify. After the meeting wound down and people started moving toward food and separate conversations, Moody got up and stumped across the room to Harry. You did something today that a lot of older and more experienced wizards couldn't have done, Moody said. He said it like a medical report, factual, no inflation. I had good preparation, Harry said. Moody's real eye looked at him. Not talking about preparation. Talking about restraint. He paused. You had the authority to remove all 17. And you had the emotional motivation. Those 2 things together usually produce a mess. You didn't make a mess. Sending 8 people to Azkaban who hadn't done enough to warrant it wouldn't have been justice, Harry said. It would have been revenge. And revenge makes you look like the thing you're fighting. Moody looked at him for a long moment. James used to say something like that, he said, and stumped away before Harry could respond. The owl arrived at 10:30. Harry was in the kitchen with Ron and Hermione. The meeting had ended, the Order members had mostly gone, and the 3 of them were doing the thing they'd been doing since first year, which was decompressing from significant events by sitting around a table and saying things they wouldn't say in a group. Ron was eating something Mrs. Weasley had left covered on the counter. Hermione was making notes on a smaller piece of parchment that seemed to be a to-do list. Harry was staring at his tea. The owl was small and gray and had the purposeful efficiency of a private messenger bird. It dropped a letter on the table and left without waiting for a response. The letter had no signature. The handwriting was careful and slightly cramped, the handwriting of someone who didn't write letters often and had taken particular care with this one. I heard what you did today. I don't know what to do with it yet. I'm not writing because I'm thanking you. I'm writing because you should know that not everyone in Slytherin House is what you think we are. Some of us have been stuck. The mark isn't a choice when the alternative is your family. That's not an excuse. It's a fact. I don't know if facts matter to you. If they do, I might have more of them. You'll know who this is. Harry passed it to Hermione. She read it. Passed it to Ron, who read it with an expression that did several complicated things. Draco Malfoy, Ron said. Yeah, Harry said. He wrote to you. His mother visited me and apparently went home and told him she'd done it, Harry said. So he's either furious about it or he took the letter back and read the last line again. I think he's scared. I think he's been scared for a long time and today was the first time he saw something that looked like it might be a different option. Are you going to write back? Hermione asked. Harry pulled parchment toward him. Yes. He wrote 4 lines. Facts matter. I'm not interested in punishing people for situations they were put in without choosing them. If you have information that would help end this war sooner and protect more people, I want to hear it. I'll meet wherever you think is safe. He signed it simply, H. He sent it with Hedwig. Ron watched Hedwig go and then looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has decided to say something honest rather than comfortable. I don't like Malfoy, he said. I know, Harry said. I mean I really don't like him. 6 years of reasons. I know that too. But, Ron said, with the particular emphasis of someone delivering a but that cost them something, I can see what you're doing. And I think you're right. And I can be in the same room as him if it ends this war faster. He looked at his plate. I'm just telling you it'll be difficult. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me. It's deeply inconvenient of you to make me be reasonable about Malfoy. Hermione laughed, a real one, the kind she tried to hold back sometimes and didn't manage to tonight. It broke something in the tension of the room that had been building since morning. They were almost in bed when the second owl arrived. This one Harry recognized. It was a ministry owl, official, the kind he'd been receiving all year with Fudge's decrees and educational decrees and various pieces of legislation that had been designed to curtail his life at school. He took the letter from it with the specific wariness of a person who has had bad experiences with this particular type of mail. But when he opened it, it wasn't Fudge's signature at the bottom. It was Amelia Bones. Lord Potterblack, I have spent this afternoon reviewing the Merlin Accord documentation made available through the Wizengamot clerk's office. I want to be direct with you, I believe what you did today was legally justified and administratively necessary. I have thought so for some months, and lacked the mechanism. You have provided the mechanism. I would like to meet. Not in the ministry, somewhere neutral. I have information about the 9 individuals currently held that I think you need, and I have thoughts about the shape of a properly restructured Wizengamot that I believe align with your own. I am also aware that several things are coming that we are not yet fully prepared for. I think our positions require honest discussion before those things arrive. I can be reached through the usual channels, which I trust you have access to. Amelia Bones, Director of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry read it twice. Passed it to Lupin, who had reappeared from somewhere upstairs looking like he hadn't slept but had at least changed his shirt. Lupin read it. Amelia Bones is one of the best people in the ministry, he said. She's been hamstrung by Fudge for 2 years. If she's reaching out, she's been waiting for something to reach toward, Harry said. He took the letter back. I'll meet her. When? Tomorrow. He looked at the letter again. She said things are coming that we're not fully prepared for. That's not administrative language. She knows something. About Voldemort, Lupin said. About Voldemort, Harry confirmed. He set the letter face down on the kitchen table and looked at the ceiling for a moment. The day had been long and full and consequential, and tomorrow was going to be more of the same, and somewhere out there Voldemort was receiving reports, from the Death Eaters who hadn't been arrested, from the Ministry contacts who were still in place, from the network of fear and influence that he'd spent years constructing, and was deciding what to do about Harry. The thought still didn't frighten him, but it sharpened his attention in a useful way. "Get some sleep, Remus," Harry said. Lupin looked at him. "You as well." "In a bit." Lupin went upstairs. Harry sat alone in the kitchen for a while. He thought about Narcissa Malfoy's careful composure. He thought about Draco's letter and the fear underneath the pride of it. He thought about Amelia Bones using the phrase "things we are not yet fully prepared for," and about the empty seats in courtroom 10, and about the fact that removing 17 compromised members from the Wizengamot had also removed 17 people from the positions through which Voldemort had been gathering intelligence about Ministry activities. Which meant that tomorrow, or the day after, or very soon, Voldemort would stop trying to influence the Ministry from inside it and try something more direct. Harry went to his trunk and took out the cloak. He held it for a moment, the barely there weight of it, the way it responded to his touch differently now, the deep awareness underneath it that wasn't quite a voice and wasn't quite a presence but was something. The Peverell inheritance. The Hallow, properly claimed. He hung the cloak over the back of his chair. He pulled out parchment and wrote a third letter of the day, this one to Augusta Longbottom. It was short and specific. He'd reviewed Neville's claim to the Longbottom hereditary seat, Hermione had confirmed the documentation was viable, and the registration could be filed within the week if Augusta was willing to support it. He thought Augusta was going to be more than willing. He'd seen the look on Neville's face when he talked about his grandmother sending him here. Augusta Longbottom had been waiting for something for a long time. He thought she'd been waiting for exactly this. He sent the letter, closed his trunk, and went to bed. The house settled around him, its old sounds, its old silences, Sirius's house that was his house now, full of sleeping people who had chosen to be here, who had stood in a courtroom gallery this morning and watched him walk into the most significant legal confrontation in Wizarding Britain in 6 centuries and come out the other side with the law intact and 9 fewer Death Eater assets in positions of power. He thought about what Moody had said. James used to say something like that. He thought about his father, who had died at 31 and whom he would never know properly, and about the lordship that had transferred to Harry at his birth and waited 16 years to be claimed, and about the magic that had been accumulating in his bloodline through generations of Potters and Blacks and Peverells and the shadowed Slytherin line and all the way back to Merlin himself. All of it waiting for him to be ready. He was ready. He closed his eyes. Outside, London ran through its Monday night into Tuesday morning, and the wizarding world that sat invisible inside it turned on its axis, recalibrating, adjusting, trying to understand what had changed and what it meant and what was coming next, and the answer to the last question was something significant, and it was coming faster than most people had yet realized. Harry knew. He went to sleep anyway, because you had to sleep before a battle, and the battle was still a few days away, and exhaustion was the only enemy he was genuinely afraid of. He slept. Chapter 6, The Alliance. Amelia Bones was already at the pub when Harry arrived. Not the Leaky Cauldron, they'd agreed on a place in Muggle London, a corner pub in Bloomsbury that Kingsley had suggested because it had a back room that could be booked for private meetings and because nobody in the wizarding world would think to look for the director of magical law enforcement in a place that served fish and chips and had a fruit machine by the door. She was in Muggle clothes, dark trousers, a plain jacket, and she was nursing a coffee and reading a newspaper that was definitely not the Prophet, and she looked up when Harry came in with the focused recognition of someone who has been thinking about a meeting long enough that they've mentally rehearsed it several times. She was a solidly built woman in her 50s, with short gray hair and a monocle that she wore with the complete unself-consciousness of someone who had long since stopped noticing other people's reactions to it. Harry had seen her twice before, once in the Wizengamot during his trial, where she'd asked the questions that were actually about evidence rather than politics, and once in passing at the Ministry. Both times she'd struck him as someone whose mind ran on a different track from the rest of the room. "Lord Potterblack," she said, and then, with the direct practicality of someone who found titles functional rather than ceremonial, "sit down." Thank you for coming. Thank you for the letter, Harry said, sitting. Most ministry officials aren't that direct. Most ministry officials spend their careers managing their exposure, she said. I find it exhausting. She pushed the coffee pot toward him. I'm going to tell you several things that could cause me considerable professional difficulty if they reached the wrong ears. I'm telling you because I believe the situation requires it. I'd appreciate reciprocal honesty. That's what I came for, Harry said. She looked at him with the monocle and without it in quick succession, which seemed to be a habit rather than a gesture, and apparently decided something. She opened the folder on the table. The 9 individuals currently remanded to Azkaban, she said. I know more about them than the documentation you presented in the Wizengamot suggests. I've been building cases against 6 of them for over a year. The Ministry, specifically Fudge's office, has been sitting on my investigation requests for 8 months. She said this without anger, the way you report an obstruction in a drain, factually, with a view toward clearing it. What I have fills in the evidentiary gaps between Death Eater family connection and direct operational involvement. Which means when the formal trials happen within your 90-day window, the cases will hold. That's useful, Harry said, and meant it. There's more. She turned a page. The other 8, the ones you removed from office but didn't remand. 3 of them have been cooperating, quietly, with my office for the past 6 months. They're frightened of Voldemort, correctly frightened, and they've been providing information about Death Eater movements in exchange for what amounts to informal protection. She looked at Harry. They're not allies. They're not brave. But they're useful, and sending them to Azkaban would have ended that usefulness and probably gotten them killed in the process. I know, Harry said. She studied him. You knew. I didn't know about your specific arrangement, Harry said. But the evidence on those 8 was thin enough that I couldn't justify Azkaban. I figured thin evidence on Death Eater adjacent people usually means one of 2 things, either the connection is more tenuous than it looks, or they're already being managed by someone who knows what they're doing. He held her gaze. I assumed the latter and acted accordingly. A pause. You're 16, she said. People keep noting that. I'm noting it because I'm trying to calibrate how to talk to you, she said, with refreshing honesty. And the answer appears to be, directly. Directly works, Harry said. She turned another page. Fudge. His position is untenable and he knows it. He's not going to resign, not voluntarily, not while he believes there's a political path out of this. He's going to try to rebuild a coalition in the Wizengamot with the remaining members, slow-walk the formal trials, and use the administrative machinery of the ministry to make your governance role as difficult as possible. I expected that, Harry said. What you may not have expected, she said, is that he has 2 members of the Wizengamot, not the ones you removed, people you didn't touch, who have agreed to bring a motion challenging the Merlin Accord's constitutional validity. Not the evidence. The Accord itself. Their argument will be that a pre-ministry document cannot override modern governance structures regardless of its age. She looked at him steadily. It's a bad legal argument. It will fail. But it will take time to fail, and while it's being argued, they'll claim the Accord is in a state of suspension, which gives them cover to ignore your authority. Harry drank his coffee and thought about this for a moment. Who's making the argument? She told him 2 names. He didn't recognize them. He wrote them down. Right, he said. How long does that process take? 3 to 4 weeks if we let it run normal process. Possibly faster if we can get it before the right judicial panel. She paused. I have thoughts about that. Go on. She did. For the next 40 minutes, Amelia Bones laid out a legal strategy that was detailed, carefully considered, and constructed with the precision of someone who had been building it in her head for longer than the specific circumstances of this week. Harry listened. He asked questions. She answered them directly. He revised his understanding of several things and confirmed others. By the time the fish and chips arrived, which Harry had ordered because he was hungry and the situation was too important to let hunger be a distraction, they had agreed on 3 specific things. First, Amelia's investigation files would be shared with Harry's team, specifically Hermione, who she'd apparently been briefed on by Kingsley, to prepare the formal trials. Second, Amelia would identify the right judicial panel for the Accord challenge and maneuver it there through channels that were within her existing authority as Director of Law Enforcement, so it couldn't be characterized as interference. Third, they would begin the process of filling the 17 vacant Wizengamot seats. Not with ministry appointments, which was the current mechanism. With candidates drawn from a broader nomination process, something closer to what the Founders' Compact had originally intended before the ministry had simplified it into political appointment. That last one will be the hardest, Amelia said. Fudge will fight it. Let him fight it, Harry said. He's fighting with no legal ground and diminishing political cover. Every week that passes he loses more of both. He ate a chip. What did you mean, in your letter, about things that are coming? She set down her coffee. Something shifted in her expression, not into fear exactly, but into the serious register of someone delivering bad news with precision. My office has been tracking Death Eater movement patterns for 3 months. They've been pulling back from the obvious targets, ministry officials, high-profile public figures. The attacks in February, the one in April, they were visible. They were designed to be visible. To demonstrate power and create fear. She paused. In the last 6 weeks, that's stopped. The movement patterns we can track have gone quiet. Organized quiet. The kind that happens before a coordinated operation. Harry set down his fork. When? He asked. I don't know exactly. My best estimate is within the fortnight. Possibly sooner given what happened Monday. She held his gaze. What you did in the Wizengamot removed 9 people from positions that were providing Voldemort with ministry intelligence. He'll know that. He'll want to respond before the advantage shifts further. Multiple targets, Harry said. It wasn't a question. That's the pattern when they want to maximize impact and minimize response time. Split the Auror core across locations, make it impossible to defend everything. She paused. I have 3 sites I believe are primary targets based on Death Eater surveillance patterns we've detected. I can share the analysis. Share it, Harry said. With me and with Kingsley. Today. She nodded. There's one more thing. She closed the folder. Voldemort himself. He hasn't moved directly since the Department of Mysteries. He's been operating through others, the Death Eaters, the Fear Campaign, the Ministry influence. She looked at Harry directly. I think that changes soon. I think the Merlin Accord changes it. Because the Accord doesn't just give you political authority. It establishes you, legally and magically, as the highest-ranking wizarding authority in Britain. Which means any move Voldemort makes has to come with a direct confrontation with you, or it doesn't have the symbolic weight he needs. He needs to be seen to defeat me specifically, Harry said. Yes. And he's going to want to do it while the Accord's authority is new and before you've consolidated it fully. She paused. I think he comes for you personally. Sooner rather than later. Harry absorbed this. All right. She looked at him for a moment. You're taking this very calmly. I've known Voldemort was going to come for me personally since I was 11, Harry said. The circumstances are different now. But the basic fact isn't new. He finished his coffee. I'd rather fight him from a position of authority than from a defensive crouch. Which is exactly where I am now. Amelia Bones looked at him with the monocle and then without it, the habitual calibration, and then she did something Harry didn't expect. She extended her hand across the table. I should have done something sooner, she said. I had more authority than I used. I let Fudge's political machinery constrain me when I had the tools to push back harder. It wasn't an apology exactly, it was more specific than an apology, the acknowledgement of a particular person identifying a particular failure with the precision of someone who doesn't deal in generalities. I'm not going to continue to do that. Harry shook her hand. Good. He got back to Grimmauld Place at noon to find the kitchen had transformed into something that resembled a campaign headquarters. Hermione had expanded her parchment grid to cover most of the kitchen table and part of the counter, and had recruited Neville into a research operation that had apparently been running since breakfast. They had 2 stacks of books from the library, Sirius's library, which Harry had opened to the household on the general principle that books were for reading, and Neville had the specific focused expression of someone who had been told he was good at something and was discovering that he is. Luna was in the corner, which she had converted into a nest of comfort with a cushion she'd apparently summoned from somewhere, writing steadily in a notebook with a quill that had a feather Harry was fairly confident was from something that didn't technically exist. She looked up when Harry came in and smiled at him with the complete serenity of someone who had been expecting him at exactly this time. "Good meeting?" Ron asked. He was on his second or possibly third lunch, the plate suggested renegotiation of what constituted a meal, and was reading through one of the folders with the particular expression of someone who doesn't consider himself a strategic thinker and is discovering, inconveniently, that he might be wrong about that. Very. Harry sat, pulled the relevant folder, and summarized the Amelia Bones meeting in precise terms. He watched the room process it in real time, Hermione's pen moving faster as he spoke, Neville's expression shifting from focus to intent, Ron setting down his lunch. 3 potential attack sites, Hermione said immediately. We need the analysis. Today if possible. She's sending it to Kingsley this afternoon, Harry said. He'll bring it tonight. The Accord Challenge, Neville said. The constitutional argument, that's the one we need to answer most visibly. Because it's the one that could confuse people who don't know the legal history. The public story matters. Harry looked at him. Go on. Neville had clearly been thinking about this since Monday. When you walked into that courtroom, what made it work wasn't just the legal authority. It was that everyone in the room could see it was legitimate. The way you handled it, the evidence, the process, giving people a chance to respond, it was visibly fair. If Fudge's people now argue that the whole accord is invalid, they're not just making a legal argument. They're trying to relitigate the legitimacy of everything you did Monday in the public mind. He paused. So the response can't just be legal. It has to be visible. Public session, Harry said. Public session, Neville confirmed. Open the next Wizengamot session to observers. Let people see the accord being used properly. The more people who've witnessed it functioning as legitimate governance, the harder it is to retroactively delegitimize. Harry looked at Ron. Ron shrugged. He's right. I know he's right, Harry said. He looked at Neville. You've been thinking about this since Monday. Gran called me about Augusta Longbottom's response to your letter, Neville said. She had 12 pages of thoughts. 12 pages. Gran has a lot of thoughts. A small smile crossed his face, something quietly proud. She said to tell you the Longbottom claim is viable and she wants the registration filed this week. And she also said, and this is a direct quote, that if you need someone to run the public session as a witness and demonstrate the proceedings, she would consider it her honor and her duty. Harry stared at him. Augusta Longbottom wants to sit in the gallery of a Wizengamot session to demonstrate its legitimacy. She wants to sit in the front row, Neville corrected, in formal robes, so every press photographer in Britain can get a clear shot of her. He paused. She's very fond of clear shots in formal robes. Harry laughed. Genuinely, fully laughed. Tell her yes. Absolutely yes. Neville's registration came first. They went to the ministry on Wednesday, Harry, Hermione, and Neville, along with Augusta Longbottom herself, who arrived at Grimmauld Place at 8 sharp in robes of formal burgundy and a hat that had a stuffed bird on it whose expression perfectly matched Augusta's own, which was the expression of a woman who has been underestimated for too long and has recently decided to stop tolerating it. She shook Harry's hand with a grip that communicated volumes. "Your father would be proud," she said, simply and without decoration, and Harry received it the same way. Millicent Bagnall Price in the clerk's office had clearly had an eventful week and had developed, in response to it, the expression of someone who has been surprised enough times that they've decided to simply accept the next thing as normal. She processed Neville's claim, the House of Longbottom, a noble line of reasonable antiquity with documented hereditary seat, with efficient professionalism, and had it registered inside an hour. When they came out of the clerk's office, Neville stood in the ministry corridor and looked at the registration document in his hands with an expression that Harry recognized because he'd felt something like it himself in the Gringotts chamber, not triumph, but completion. The quality of something that had been waiting to be done for a long time being done. Augusta was standing beside him with her hands clasped in front of her and an expression on her face that was too controlled to be fully read but which had moisture at its edges that she was absolutely not acknowledging. "Gran," Neville said. "Don't," she said, briskly, pressing her lips together. "We have a press interview at 11. "You scheduled a press interview?" Neville said. "Lord Longbottom makes his first appearance as a seated Wizengamot member. Of course I scheduled a press interview." She looked at Harry. "I also scheduled one for you. You should be there." "Who with?" Harry asked. "The Quibbler," she said. Harry stared at her. "You scheduled us both for an interview with the Quibbler." "The Quibbler has never printed a story that served the ministry's interests at the expense of the truth," Augusta said, with the precision of someone who had done the research. "Which makes it the only press outlet in Britain I trust completely at this specific moment." She paused. "Also, I believe you know the editor's daughter." Luna appeared at Harry's elbow from a direction that hadn't had anyone in it a moment ago. "I told Daddy to expect you," she said serenely. "He's very excited. He's been saving space on the front page for 2 weeks." Harry looked at Neville. Neville was smiling fully now, the kind of smile that took over his whole face when he let it. "It's been a week, hasn't it?" "It really has," Harry agreed. The Quibbler interview ran Thursday morning. Xenophilius Lovegood turned out to be a small, vague, extraordinarily warm man who smelled faintly of something botanical and had the particular quality of creative intelligence that looked like eccentricity and was actually something more interesting. He listened to Harry and Neville describe the Merlin Accord, the Wizengamot session, the registration process, and the broader implications for British wizarding governance with the absorbed attention of someone genuinely interested, asked 3 questions that were each more incisive than they appeared, and published the result that afternoon under a headline that managed to be both factually precise and genuinely exciting, which was harder than it looked. "The Lord of 4 Houses and the Oldest Law in Britain, How Harry Potter is Rebuilding Wizarding Governance from the Foundation Up." Alongside it, a shorter but equally clear piece, Neville Longbottom Claims Longbottom Seat, a family's decades-long absence from the Wizengamot ends. The photo of Augusta Longbottom in the front row of the Wizengamot gallery ran on page 3. She looked magnificent. By Friday morning, 3 other families had contacted the Wizengamot clerk's office about dormant hereditary seats. The public session Harry and Neville had planned happened on Friday afternoon, and it was nothing like a traditional Wizengamot session. Traditional Wizengamot sessions were closed, members only, with a small press gallery and no public. The theoretical justification was efficiency. The practical effect was a governing body that operated without visible accountability to the people it governed, which was the kind of arrangement that benefited the people doing the governing in proportion to how little interested they were in actual governance. Harry opened it. Not completely, there were limits that the physical space imposed and that the nature of some business required. But the upper gallery, which existed primarily as storage for old procedural records nobody had looked at since 1943, was cleared out and opened. A notice went in the Quibbler, and through Xenophilius's network of readers who were distributed across Britain in the specific pattern of people who read unusual publications, word spread in the quiet lateral way that word spreads through communities that have been talking to each other outside official channels for years. The gallery was full. Not packed. This wasn't a performance, and Harry had been careful not to frame it as one. But there were perhaps 60 people in the upper gallery when the session opened, a cross-section of wizarding Britain that looked different from the polished official faces below, a wizard in work robes that still had something from a workshop on the sleeve, several witches who had clearly come straight from wherever they spent their days, 2 journalists including, in the front corner, Rita Skeeter with her quick quotes quill, and Augusta Longbottom in the front row with her stuffed bird hat. And her formal burgundy and the posture of someone who has claimed their territory. Luna was beside her grandmother. Neville was below, in the Wizengamot bench, in his registered seat, with an expression of someone who has made peace with being somewhere new by simply deciding to be there fully. Harry opened the session. He didn't make a speech. He stated the business of the day, the formal reading of the Merlin Accord into the Wizengamot record, the nomination process for filling the 17 vacant seats, and the first procedural steps toward the formal trials of the 9 remanded individuals. He ran it efficiently and clearly, explained what he was doing and why at each step, invited questions from the floor and answered them, and treated the people in the gallery not as an audience but as witnesses to public business, which was what they were and what Wizengamot sessions had always theoretically been but almost never practically managed. The Accord challenge, when it came from the 2 members Amelia had named, was raised formally and correctly. Harry addressed it, citing the relevant legal precedent, the Founders' Compact, and 3 specific historical instances where pre-ministry documentation had been held to supersede ministry legislation by wizarding courts. He was clear, specific, and didn't perform impatience, though the argument was genuinely weak and he suspected several people in the gallery could tell. He referred it to the judicial panel Amelia had arranged, set a timeline, and moved on. Fudge was present. He'd been, by law, formally notified as a member ex officio, which meant he couldn't be excluded without cause. He sat in his green bowler hat and said almost nothing, which was more unsettling than if he'd argued. Harry kept a peripheral awareness of him throughout and noted when 2 people passed him notes and when he sent replies, and filed it away as information. Toward the end of the session, during the nomination discussion, something happened that Harry hadn't planned but which felt, in retrospect, inevitable. One of the remaining Wizengamot members, a witch named Griselda Marchbanks, who Harry recognized from his OWL examinations and who had the bearing of someone who had been in rooms like this long enough to have strong opinions about how they should run, stood and addressed the floor. "I want to say something that is not procedural," she said, in the voice of someone who was going to say it regardless of whether the chair recognized her. Harry recognized her. "I have sat in this body for 41 years. I have seen it work and I have seen it fail and I have seen it be used for purposes it was never intended for." She looked around the room, at the remaining members, at the gallery, at Harry. "What I have seen in the last 5 days is the first time in my living memory that this institution has behaved consistently with what it was actually built to be." She paused. "I wanted that said. On the record." The chamber was quiet. Harry said, simply, "Thank you, Madam Marchbanks. It's on the record." He caught Ron's eye in the gallery. Ron gave him a very small nod. Draco Malfoy met Harry on Saturday. Narcissa had arranged it, a carefully neutral location, a small wizarding property in the country that belonged to a family member who was irrelevant to everything and had agreed to make themselves absent for the afternoon. Harry went with Ron, because he'd promised Ron he wouldn't sideline him in situations involving Draco, and because having Ron there was actually strategically sound. If Draco was going to be useful, he needed to be able to work with the people around Harry, not just Harry himself. Draco was already there when they arrived. He was standing by the window of the sitting room in clothes that were expensive in the way of someone who had always worn expensive clothes and would find any other register impossible, and he was doing the thing Harry had noticed he did when he was uncomfortable, which was looking at some middle distance and maintaining the posture of someone who isn't uncomfortable at all. He looked at Harry when Harry came in. Then at Ron. His jaw tightened. "Weasley," he said. "Malfoy," Ron said. His voice was flat but not aggressive. The flatness of someone who has decided to get through a thing and is managing it. "Right," Harry said, settling into a chair. "Let's skip the part where we all perform how much we don't like each other. We know. It's established." What I want to know is what you actually have. Draco looked at him for a moment with the particular expression he used when he hadn't gotten the reaction he was expecting and was recalibrating. You don't want to, he stopped. Want to what? Talk about, Draco made an irritated gesture. Terms. Conditions. What I get out of this? What do you want? Harry asked. My mother safe, Draco said, immediately and without the performance that usually surrounded everything he said. Just that, direct, the only thing underneath all of it. And myself, I'm not going to Azkaban for a mark I didn't want and a task I didn't complete. I already told you neither of those things is happening, Harry said. Is there something else? Draco looked at him for a long time. The elaborate social performance of being Draco Malfoy, the drawl, the contempt, the calculation, was still there in the structure of it, but thinner than Harry had ever seen it, the way a wall looks when the plaster has been stripped back. I want Hogwarts back the way it was, Draco said, finally, quietly. Before everything. The room was quiet. Yeah, Harry said. Me too. Something moved across Draco's face. He looked away. Information, Harry said. What do you have? What Draco had, it turned out, was considerable. He'd been present at Death Eater meetings, not the inner circle, not Voldemort directly, but the operational planning level, where logistics were discussed and assignments given. He knew the timing of at least one of the planned attacks Amelia Bones had suspected, not all three, but one of them, which confirmed the location. He knew the identities of 6 Death Eaters operating under assumed identities in ministry positions, names Harry didn't have, names that when he wrote them down and looked at them made something cold move through his chest at the thought of how long they'd been there. He also knew something else, which he delivered last, with the quality of someone saving the most difficult thing for when they're most committed to the conversation. Voldemort is coming for you personally, Draco said. Not through the Death Eaters. Not through the ministry. He's coming himself. He's been, he paused, looking for words, he's been angry since Monday. Not the controlled angry. The other kind. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Draco. How soon? Within 10 days. Maybe less. Draco held his gaze. He talked about the Accord. He knows what it means. He understands that if you're fully established, if the Wizengamot is restructured and the Accord's authority is consolidated, his own claim to Slytherin's line is legally superseded. He loses something he's built his entire identity around. So he's coming before I can finish consolidating, Harry said. Yes. Harry looked at the window. 10 days. Maybe less. He had the Accord, the political groundwork, the beginning of a rebuilt institution, a growing network of genuine allies. He had the cloak properly claimed. He had 4 bloodlines of ancestral magic and the growing sense, which he'd been testing carefully over the week, of what that magic could actually do. He was ready. He wasn't finished, but ready and finished weren't the same thing, and he'd never been going to get finished before Voldemort moved. That had been clear from the start. Thank you, Harry said to Draco. Draco looked like he'd been told something in a language he understood intellectually but hadn't expected to hear. That's it? That's it, Harry said. You came, you told the truth, you helped. That's what I needed. He stood. Your mother is safe. You're safe. When this is over, there'll be a proper process for people who were coerced. It won't be comfortable, but it'll be fair. I can promise fair. Potter, Draco said, as Harry moved toward the door. His voice had something in it that wasn't quite any of the registers Harry associated with him. Harry stopped. I underestimated you, Draco said. For 6 years. He said it the way someone pulls out a splinter, necessarily, quickly, glad when it's over. I know, Harry said. I underestimated some things about you too. He looked at him steadily. We'll get past it. He left. Ron fell into step beside him in the hallway. They got outside before Ron said anything. Then he said, "That was strange." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "But useful. Very useful." And Malfoy was. Ron appeared to search for a word, less awful than usual. "He was scared," Harry said. "Scared people who have something to offer are usually manageable." "He's still Malfoy." "He is," Harry agreed. "But he's a Malfoy who just handed us the location of an attack and 6 Death Eater identities and confirmed Voldemort's timeline." He looked at Ron. "I'll take it." Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, "Yeah. All right. I'll take it too." Saturday evening at Grimmauld Place had the atmosphere of a campaign entering its final phase. People moved through the house with purpose, Kingsley coordinating with the Aurors he trusted, cross-referencing Draco's 6 names against Ministry records with a focused efficiency that confirmed most of them inside an hour. Hermione had the trial preparation for the 9 remanded individuals organized into binders so thorough they were approaching an art form. Arthur was managing the Wizengamot nomination process through contacts Harry didn't know he had. Neville had taken on something Harry hadn't asked him to but recognized as necessary. He was the person who talked to the people who needed talking to. When Order members were worried or uncertain, Neville was there, not with speeches but with the steady presence of someone who had decided that being present fully was the most useful thing he could offer. Harry watched him across the sitting room at one point and thought about what he'd been like at 11, round-faced, frightened, losing his toad, and the distance between that boy and this one was not about what had happened to him. It was about what he'd decided to do with what happened to him. Harry knew something about that. Luna came to find him just before 10, when the house had quieted to its evening rhythms. She found him in the study, Sirius's father's room, which Harry had been slowly reclaiming by rearranging it, moving the heavy official furniture to make room for the things he actually used. She came in and sat on the floor with the naturalness of someone for whom floors were simply an option and said nothing for a moment. Then she said, "You're going to fight him soon." "Yes," Harry said. "Are you afraid?" He thought about it honestly, because Luna was someone who deserved honest answers. "Not the way I was before. Before there was always this, the weight of not knowing if I could. Now I know what I carry." He paused. "But I'm not careless about it. Knowing what you carry doesn't mean the fight is easy." "No," she agreed. "But it means you're fighting with all of yourself, instead of most of yourself." She looked at him with her wide, clear eyes. "That makes a considerable difference." "It does," he said. She tilted her head. "Can I tell you something?" "Always." "You've been thinking about the battle in terms of what you have, the titles, the accord, the allies, the legal authority. And all of that matters." She paused. "But what Voldemort is afraid of isn't any of those things specifically. What he's afraid of is that you're happy." Harry stared at her. "He's never been happy," Luna said, with the matter-of-fact clarity she brought to everything. "He doesn't understand it. It seems trivial to him, which is why it's the one thing he genuinely can't strategize against." She smiled. "You should be happy going into this, Harry. You've built something this week. You've done things that matter. You have people who are here because they want to be. That's not trivial. That's the whole point, isn't it?" Harry looked at her for a long moment. "You're the most sensible person I know," he said. "I know," she said. "Most people miss it because of the earrings." He laughed, and it was the clean laughter of someone who had something to laugh about, and outside the grimy windows of Grimmauld Place the city moved through its Saturday night, and in the sitting room down the hall his friends were doing the work, and somewhere in Britain the clock was counting down toward a confrontation that was going to settle something enormous one way or another. Harry was, he realized, genuinely looking forward to it. He sat in Sirius's father's chair that he'd claimed for himself and thought about what Merlin had understood when he wrote the Accord 1,000 years ago. That magic didn't converge in a person randomly. That the condensed air wasn't just an accumulation of bloodline power. It was the universe's insistence that some things needed to be resolved, that the fragments of foundational magic that had been scattered and diluted and hidden for centuries were gathered back together because there was something that required all of it. Not power for its own sake. Purpose. Harry understood his purpose very clearly. In 10 days, possibly less, he was going to stand in front of the most dangerous dark wizard in a century and be exactly who he was. No mask, no strategy that required him to be less than what he carried, no plan that depended on sacrifice. Just Harry. With everything he was. Finally. He slept well. Chapter 7, The Storm. It came on a Wednesday. Not 10 days. 7. Harry was in the kitchen at 6:30 in the morning, earlier than everyone else, making coffee with the particular attention of someone who had woken at 5 with the feeling that today was the day and had decided not to lie in bed waiting for confirmation. The feeling wasn't magical, not precisely. It was closer to the instinct that had kept him alive in situations where thinking too slowly would have been fatal. A sharpening. The world coming into focus the way it does before something that requires everything. He was on his second cup when Kingsley's Patronus arrived through the kitchen wall. It was a lynx, large and silver, and it said in Kingsley's voice with the compressed precision of someone who had trained for emergencies until crisis reporting became second nature, 3 sites. Simultaneous. Diagon Alley, St. Mungo's, Hogsmeade. Death Eaters moving. Confirmed Voldemort not at any location. All Aurors mobilized. Harry, they're not hiding. This is a message. The Patronus dissolved. Harry set down his coffee, walked to the foot of the stairs, and said in a voice pitched to carry through a house full of sleeping people without being a shout, "Everyone up. Now." He was back in the kitchen pulling on his robes before the first footstep hit the landing. They came down in the order of people who sleep lightly, Lupin first, then Kingsley, who had apparently been awake, because he came down already dressed, then Ron, with his hair doing 3 things at once, then Hermione with her wand already in her hand and the specific expression of someone who had been mentally preparing for this moment since Amelia Bones mentioned coordinated attacks. Neville was behind her. Luna last, unhurried, her shoes on and her wand tucked behind her ear as if she'd been ready for a while. 3 sites, Harry said, before anyone could ask. He repeated Kingsley's message precisely. Diagon Alley, St. Mungo's, Hogsmeade. Simultaneous, which means they want to split response capacity. The Auror Corps is mobilized but even fully deployed they can't cover all 3 properly. We split too, Kingsley said. Not a question. We split, Harry confirmed. He looked around the kitchen. Kingsley, moody, St. Mungo's. It's the highest casualty potential and you're the most experienced combatants in this room. He looked at Lupin. Hogsmeade. Take Tonks. He paused. Where is Tonks? She was on overnight watch, Lupin said. She'll be at one of the locations already. Then join her. Hogsmeade. He looked at Neville. You're with me. Neville straightened. Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. Harry, Hermione started. Hermione, I need you here, Harry said. She opened her mouth. He held up a hand, not dismissively, just stopping the argument before it took time he didn't have. I need you here because if any of this goes wrong I need someone who can coordinate information across 3 sites and make decisions about resource allocation faster than anyone else I know. That's not a consolation assignment. That's the hardest job in this operation. She looked at him. She read his face, which she was very good at, and found that he meant it precisely as stated. Ron stays with me, she said. It wasn't a question either. Ron stays with you, Harry agreed. He looked at Ron. Ron looked back at him with the expression of someone who has 2 competing instincts and has resolved them into a single decision. Come back, he said. Always do, Harry said. The same thing he'd told Mrs. Weasley. He meant it both times. Luna said, with complete tranquility, I'm going with Neville. Everyone looked at her. I have been in more dangerous situations than people give me credit for, she said, and I'm quite difficult to hit. I move unpredictably. She smiled at Harry. He could use someone who moves unpredictably. Harry looked at Neville. Neville looked at Luna with the expression of someone who has learned that arguing with Luna is both impossible and unnecessary. Yeah, all right. Right, Harry said. We go now. Diagon Alley at 6:30 in the morning should have been quiet. It wasn't. Harry and Neville came through the leaky cauldron at a run, through the archway and into the alley, and the first thing Harry registered was smoke, not a lot of it, not a building burning, but the particular acrid quality of spellfire that had been exchanged in quantity. The second thing was sound, the crack of apparition, the sharp report of spells, voices carrying in ways that voices carry when the usual ambient noise of a populated place has been stripped away by everyone either running or fighting. The third thing was the Death Eaters. There were 11 of them that Harry could see immediately, in their masks and robes, moving in a coordinated pattern that said they'd rehearsed this. They'd taken the central stretch of the alley between Gringotts and Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, which was smart positioning. It blocked access to both ends, it was wide enough to operate in, and it put the bank in a densely populated stretch of the alley within their range. The few people who hadn't evacuated were pressed into doorways and alleys. 3 Aurors were already there, doing what 3 Aurors against 11 Death Eaters can do, which is enough to buy time but not enough to resolve it. Harry came around the corner of the leaky cauldron and the closest Death Eater turned. He didn't hesitate. He cast 2 spells before the Death Eater completed the turn, a binding hex that locked the man's wand arm and a shield charm that redirected the half-formed curse that came from the Death Eater's left automatically, the kind of reactive casting that came from having practiced until thought and action were the same motion. Then he moved into the alley properly. He'd thought about what fighting without restraint would feel like. He'd thought about it since the Accord activated, since the ancestral magic settled into him, since he'd started testing the edges of what he could actually do in the sitting room of Grimmauld Place late at night when the house was quiet. He'd discovered that the magic available to him now was not just more of the same magic he'd always had. It was different in quality, more responsive, more layered, capable of things that required him to think in ways he hadn't thought before. He hadn't known how it would translate to a fight. It translated well. He moved through the alley with a fluidity that surprised even him, ducking a curse that should have been too fast to avoid, feeling the Peverell awareness that wasn't quite prescience but was something related, a fraction of a second knowing of where the next thing was coming from that let him redirect rather than simply react. He took 2 Death Eaters down with binding combinations in quick succession, one of the Aurors using the gap he created to push forward and add her fire to the line, the situation shifting from holding to advancing in the way that fights shift when momentum changes. Neville was on his left flank. This was the thing that struck Harry most clearly in the heat of it, not his own capability, which he'd been prepared to discover, but Neville. Neville, who had spent 2 years in Dumbledore's army and had clearly been practicing in private beyond it, because the Neville in this alley was not the boy who'd once broken his wrist falling off a broom. He moved with the specific competence of someone who has stopped being afraid of their own capability and decided to use it, his spellwork clean and deliberate, not showy but absolutely effective. He took the 3rd Death Eater on Harry's left side with a reductor curse that Harry hadn't even seen him line up. Luna, somewhere to their right, there was no other word for it, dancing. Not literally, but close enough to it that the Death Eater who kept trying to curse her was continuously finding that she was not where she'd been. She moved with the boneless unpredictability she'd promised, her wand making small, precise movements that produced disproportionate results, and the Death Eater targeting her was doing the increasingly frustrated thing of someone who has been taught to fight opponents who occupy space in predictable ways. The alley was still loud, still smoky, still dangerous. But it was changing. Harry felt the shift in the pattern, 4 Death Eaters down, bound or incapacitated, the remaining 7 pulling into a tighter formation near the Gringotts steps. Regrouping. Not retreating. This was coordinated, they'd pulled back to a position, which meant they were waiting for something or executing the next phase. He reached for the deeper register of the magic, not a specific spell, just the awareness. The acquired awareness, the four bloodlines sense that had been growing clearer all week. And he felt it. Someone operated into the alley behind the Death Eater formation. Not one of the 7 already there. Someone new. Someone considerably more powerful. Harry looked at the newcomer and recognized him. Antonin Dolohov. Out of Azkaban, he'd broken out in January with the others. Tall, angular, the face of someone who had been doing this for decades and had arrived at a professional relationship with violence. He looked at Harry across the smoke-thick alley with the assessing expression of someone performing a tactical evaluation and finding the numbers acceptable. He raised his wand and sent the purple curse, the one that had put Hermione in St. Mungo's years ago in a future Harry hadn't quite lived yet but knew, modified and amplified, the professional version of someone who'd had decades to improve their technique. Harry didn't dodge. He redirected. It was the Peverell awareness again, the thing he still didn't have a clean name for. The curse came at him and he cast a counter that wasn't in any standard curriculum. It was something from the ancestral vault knowledge, a redirection working from the Merlin Accord's magical inheritance, technically classified as ancient battle magic and definitely not anything he'd found in a Hogwarts textbook. The curse turned and went wide and hit the Gringotts wall and left a long diagonal scar in the white marble. Dolohov's expression changed. "That's new," he said. "It is," Harry agreed. He went forward. Dolohov was very good. There was a reason he'd been feared for 20 years, a reason the Auror Corps treated his name with the specific caution of professionals who'd seen what he could do. He cast fast and varied and without the telegraphing that most duelers showed, his technique built from a lifetime of fighting that included no particular rules. Harry was better. Not because he was more technically experienced. He wasn't. But the ancestral magic gave him a depth of field, the ability to layer spells, to cast at multiple registers simultaneously, to sustain one working while beginning another, that individual human training couldn't produce in the same way. He pressed forward and Dolohov gave ground and the 7 Death Eaters behind him broke their formation because the sight of their most capable active fighter giving ground broke the psychology of their cohesion faster than any direct attack could have. Neville took 2 of them. The 3 Aurors, who had been watching Harry's advance with barely contained astonishment, moved on the disrupted formation with the professional efficiency of people who trained for exactly this. Dolohov tried something desperate, a wide-area curse, the kind that was as much about controlling space as targeting, buying distance. Harry put up a shield that was larger than any shield charm he'd previously managed, covering not just himself but Neville and the nearest Auror. He held it. The curse broke against it. He cast the binding sequence, 3 spells in under 2 seconds, each one keyed to a different potential countermove, so whichever direction Dolohov tried to break out the sequence caught him. It was something he'd worked out in the sitting room and wasn't sure would work in an actual fight. It worked perfectly. Dolohov went down with the specific controlled impact of someone who'd been properly bound rather than simply stunned. The alley went quiet. 10 seconds of aftermath quiet, the kind where everyone checks that the shooting has actually stopped and reassembles their understanding of the last few minutes. One of the Aurors, the witch, whose name Harry found out later was Proudfoot, looked at him with an expression that was trying to be professional and was significantly failing. "Lord Potterblack," she said, and the title emerged with the quality of someone using it for the first time and finding it fits the situation. "Is anyone hurt?" Harry asked immediately. 2 of the 3 Aurors had minor injuries, one with a slashing curse across the shoulder, one with a stinging hex that had caught her wand hand. Neither serious. The third was fine. Among the civilians who'd been caught in the alley, Harry could see 2 people who were being helped by others, injuries, not worse. "Get them to St. Mungo's," Harry said. He looked at Neville. "You all right?" Neville had a burn mark across his left forearm from a curse that had grazed him. He looked at it with the expression of someone taking stock rather than reacting. "Fine. It's nothing." "It's not nothing," Luna said, appearing at his elbow and looking at the burn with the focused attention of someone who knew something about injuries. "But it's manageable." "Does it hurt?" "Yes," Neville said. Good, Luna said, in a way that somehow communicated reassurance. That means the nerve responses are intact. She began doing something with her wand that wasn't a standard healing charm but was clearly effective, because Neville's expression went from pain-tight to something more neutral within seconds. Harry looked at the bound Death Eaters. 11 of them, including Dolohov. The Aurors were beginning the process of formal restraint and documentation. His communication mirror, he'd had Hermione make them 2 weeks ago, the same kind Sirius had given him, was vibrating in his pocket. He pulled it out. Hermione's face, sharp and focused. Diagon Alley. Done, Harry said. 11 bound, no fatalities. 2 Auror injuries, minor. Civilian casualties appear to be injuries, we need St. Mungo's confirmation. How are the others? St. Mungo's is secure, Hermione said. Kingsley and Moody finished 20 minutes ago. Moody took a cutting curse to the leg, he is absolutely fine and extremely angry about it. Hogsmeade, she paused, and something moved across her face that wasn't quite worry but was its neighbor. Hermione. Hogsmeade had more, she said. 15 Death Eaters. Lupin and Tonks were holding but it was difficult. 3 of the Hogsmeade Aurors are down, alive, injured. And she stopped. What? There's someone there, Harry. Not one of the Death Eaters. Someone was coordinating them, and when the fight started going against them this person appeared and... She looked off screen for a moment, then back. Lupin says the coordination was too precise for it to be a regular Death Eater operation. He thinks a senior Inner Circle member was running the Hogsmeade attack personally. Who? He doesn't know. The person disapparated when it became clear the Death Eaters were losing. She looked at him. I don't think Voldemort was ever at any of the 3 sites, Harry. I think this was a test. He looked at the smoke still clearing in Diagon Alley. The scar in the Gringotts marble. The 11 bodies on the cobblestones. A test of what? Of our response capacity, she said. How many of us, how quickly, and how we fought. Someone just watched everything we did tonight and reported it. The alley was quiet around him. The knowledge settled, cold and precise. He knows now, Harry said. He knows now, Hermione confirmed. They went to Hogsmeade. Not immediately, there was aftermath to manage in Diagon Alley, the Auror documentation, the civilian care, the Gringotts contact who emerged from the bank and looked at the scar in their marble wall with the specific expression of a goblin who has added someone to a very serious list. Harry handled it all efficiently, gave Proudfoot the information she needed for her report, and confirmed that Dolohov would go to Azkaban to join the 9 from the Wizengamot session. Then he went to Hogsmeade with Neville and Luna. The village looked like a fight had passed through it, which a fight had. Several shop windows were broken. The 3 broomsticks had taken a direct hit from something structural, one of its exterior walls had a hole in it that the proprietor, Madame Rosmerta, was standing in front of with the expression of someone surveying damage and deciding they've survived worse. A stretch of the main street had the scorched appearance of a location where significant spellfire had been exchanged. Lupin was sitting on a low wall outside Honeyduke's with his coat torn and a makeshift bandage around his left hand that Tonks had apparently applied with the efficiency of someone who had done this before. Tonks herself was standing, which was the important thing, though she had a bruise developing across her jaw that made Harry's teeth clench. "Give me the shape of it," Harry said, sitting beside Lupin. Lupin gave it to him in clean, factual terms. 15 Death Eaters, appearing simultaneously at 3 points along the main street. 3 Hogsmeade Aurors responding within 2 minutes. Lupin and Tonks arriving 2 minutes after that. The Death Eaters were fighting to hold position and absorb damage rather than advance, which suggested holding action rather than primary attack, which fit with Hermione's assessment that this was observation rather than a primary objective. "The coordinator," Harry said. "Describe what you saw." "Tall. Hooded, completely hooded, not a mask, full coverage. The way they moved," Lupin paused, choosing words. It wasn't a Death Eater fighting style. It was older. And the spells were, some of them I didn't recognize. Old battle magic, the kind that's not in current ministry training. Harry and Lupin looked at each other. Bellatrix? Harry said. No, Lupin said, with the certainty of someone who had particular reason to know Bellatrix Lestrange's fighting style. Bellatrix is exceptional and she's dangerous, but she's recognizable. This was different. He paused. More controlled. They sat with that for a moment. Does it matter who it was? Tonks asked. She was watching Harry with the assessing quality of someone checking someone else's state after a significant event. We held all three. We know it was a test. We know he's coming. It matters because the inner circle has a limited number of people capable of running a coordinated three-side operation, Harry said. Narrowing down who was here tells us something about his current tactical structure. He stood. But you're right that it's secondary. We held all three. Everyone's alive. He looked at Lupin's hand. How bad is that? Fine, Lupin said. Remus. Cuts. Not deep. I've had considerably worse. He looked at Harry. You held Diagon Alley. We held it, Harry said. Neville was excellent. Neville, who was examining the scorched stretch of street with the thoroughness of someone who wanted to understand the mechanics of what had happened, looked up at that. He didn't say anything, but the look on his face was enough. And the ancient battle magic, Lupin said quietly. Your ancestral inheritance. You used it. Yeah. How did that feel? Harry thought about it. Like knowing your own name, he said. Just, clear. Like it was always there and I was finally speaking it properly. Lupin absorbed that. The morning was fully established now, the July sun making it clear and warm, wholly indifferent to the smoke and the broken windows and the 11 people on their way to Azkaban. Madame Rosmerta had come out of the 3 broomsticks and was looking at the hole in her wall and had apparently decided to start boarding it up herself with the practical energy of someone for whom action is better than shock. He's coming, Harry said. Not to anyone specifically. Just saying it into the morning air, naming it. Yes, Lupin said. Within 3 days now, I think. Maybe 2. He ran a test, he'll have the report tonight. And he'll move fast after that because moving fast is the right play before we can consolidate the information from this morning. Harry watched Madame Rosmerta lever a board into position with the ease of someone who had adapted to living in a world where this kind of damage was occasionally necessary to deal with. We need to be ready. What does ready look like? Neville asked. He'd come to stand beside Harry, the burn mark on his arm still visible under the sleeve. Ready looks like everyone in position, Harry said. Kingsley managing the aura deployments so we have coverage without overextension. Amelia Bones briefed on what happened today and what we think is coming. The Wizengamot session scheduled for Monday goes ahead regardless. If Voldemort comes before Monday, it goes ahead after. The institution keeps functioning. That's the point. And you? Lupin asked. I'll be where I need to be, Harry said. When it happens, it's going to happen to me specifically. He's coming for me. So I'll be visible. Not hiding, not protected by layers of guard that makes reaching me complicated. He looked at Lupin's expression. I know what that sounds like. It sounds like bait, Lupin said. It's not bait, Harry said. Bait implies I'm trying to draw him in. I'm not drawing him. He's coming regardless. I'm just not going to make him chase me across Britain to get the confrontation he's decided he needs. That's inefficient and it puts more people in danger than keeping it clean and direct. Lupin looked at him for a long time. The sun was fully up now, warm on the cobblestones, the village of Hogsmeade slowly gathering itself back together around its damaged the way places that have survived things do. It didn't look defeated. It looked like somewhere that had absorbed something and was still standing. Your father, Lupin said, would have done exactly the same thing and given me nearly the same argument for it. And? Harry said. And it would have worried me then too. Lupin stood, carefully, favoring his hand. But I'd have trusted his judgment then. So I'll trust yours now. He looked at Harry steadily. Don't be reckless. I won't, Harry said. Reckless is what I used to be. This is something different. They were back at Grimmauld Place by 11. Mrs. Weasley made everyone eat, which was the right instinct at the right time. There's a particular hollowness that comes after a fight that isn't injury and isn't shock but is the body demanding basic maintenance, and Mrs. Weasley had been feeding people through crises long enough to recognize and address it before it was asked for. She put plates in front of people without commentary and kept refilling them, and only once, when she passed behind Harry's chair, put her hand briefly on his shoulder, and the gesture said everything she'd decided not to say aloud. Arthur came back from the ministry at noon with the news that the 3 attacks had been formally reported and were the subject of an emergency Wizengamot briefing, which was technically Harry's briefing to run, which Arthur had graciously managed in his absence by reading a statement Harry had dictated to Hermione via the mirror while still in Hogsmeade, which caused Arthur to look at his son with mild disbelief and Ron to shrug with the expression of someone who has stopped being surprised. Kingsley arrived an hour after that with Moody, who was limping worse than usual but had the energized air of someone who'd had a fight and had found it professionally satisfying despite the leg. Dolohov, Moody said, settling into a chair and accepting tea from Mrs. Weasley with a nod that was his version of effusive gratitude. You took Dolohov. Yeah, Harry said. Moody looked at him with both eyes, the magical one doing its habitual sweep but the real one very focused. In a direct duel. Yes. Dolohov has been dueling since before your father was born. I know, Harry said. Moody made the sound that was his version of something between impressed and satisfied. Good. From across the table, Hermione was watching Harry with an expression that she was trying to keep analytical and wasn't quite succeeding. He looked at her and she looked back, and the communication was mostly in the things they didn't say, the shorthand of 6 years of having to read each other quickly. Are you all right? Yes. Are you? I managed from here. That was hard. I know. You did it right. Right, Harry said, to the room. This is what we know, and this is what's coming. He laid it out. The 3 attacks, the assessment that it was observational, Hermione's analysis about the report going to Voldemort tonight, the timeline. The hooded coordinator in Hogsmeade that Lupin had described, whose identity remained uncertain. The 3 days or less. The room listened. Not the listening of people being briefed, the listening of people who've been in this together for long enough that briefing had become unnecessary, who were listening for the specific information that told them what their next job was. I want the cloak properly documented, Harry said, to Hermione. Not hidden, not stored. Available. I've been carrying it, but I want it formally recorded as a claimed hallow in the Accord documentation. Ragnarok confirmed that matters for the magic. He looked at Neville. Your seat registration needs to be completed before Monday. If something happens before then, it's already done, Neville said. I went back to the clerk's office this morning before we left. Harry stared at him. When? 7 a.m., Neville said. I thought we might need it to be done before today. He paused. I was right. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Yeah, you were. I had Hermione's notes, Neville said. I just followed the process. You just, Ron started, then stopped. Shook his head. Neville. You absolute legend. Neville went red in the ears, which was something Harry hadn't seen him do in a while. Late afternoon, when the house had settled into its preparation rhythms, people doing their separate necessary things, the quiet purposeful energy of a group who knows what's coming and is getting ready for it, Harry went upstairs. He sat on the floor of what was his room now, his back against the bed, the cloak in his hands, and thought about the fight in Diagon Alley. Not reviewing it tactically, He'd done that in his head 3 times already on the way back and was satisfied with his analysis. He was thinking about it experientially. About the specific quality of using the ancestral magic in combat for the first time. It had been extraordinary. He wasn't going to pretend otherwise. Not in a way that meant anything about his ego. The fight hadn't felt like performance. It had felt like fluency. Like speaking a language you've been learning slowly and then being in a situation where you have to speak it at full speed and discovering that it's actually there, available, exactly as you needed it to be. The Peverell awareness. The Slytherin magic, the Parseltongue instinct that went deeper than language, into an older understanding of creatures and power. The Gryffindor magic, which was the thing he'd always had but which was now different in the way that a fire in a room with open windows is different from a fire in an enclosed space, the same fire, but breathing. And underneath it all, the Merlin inheritance. Which he was still learning to access, still finding the edges of, but which in the alley had been present as a kind of bedrock, something he was standing on that made everything else stable. He thought about Voldemort. About what Draco had said, he's been angry since Monday. Not the controlled angry. The other kind. He thought about a man, because Voldemort was a man, had always been a man, that was the thing Harry had understood more clearly than almost anything else, who had built an entire identity around being the heir of Slytherin, the heir of a dark purity ideology, the most powerful dark wizard in a century. And who was now facing a legal, magical, ancestral argument that he was not the heir of Slytherin. That he never had been. That his claim was the inferior one by every measure that mattered. A man whose entire sense of self was his power and who was now looking at someone whose power superseded his own at the level of legitimate authority. Harry understood what that produced. He'd seen what it did to smaller egos than Voldemort's. On the scale of Voldemort's self-mythology, it produced rage. The kind that was past strategy into the place where strategy fails and instinct takes over. Which meant the confrontation that was coming would be, at its root, emotional rather than tactical for Voldemort. He'd have a plan, he always had a plan, but underneath the plan was something that had gone past planning. For Harry, it was neither emotional nor tactical. It was simply necessary. Clear. The way the Accord itself was clear, a document written by someone who understood that magic and law and human nature all pointed to the same resolution if you were patient enough to let them. He hadn't been patient, exactly. He'd been, ready. There was a difference. His mirror vibrated. He looked at it. Ron's face. Narcissa Malfoy is at the door again. Harry got up. This time he brought her to the kitchen. The formality of the study had served its purpose at the first meeting, this felt like a different kind of conversation. She came in without looking at the black family portraits in the hallway, which required either complete indifference to them or considerable self-control. Harry suspected both. She looked at him and at the state of the kitchen, the organized chaos of a house that had spent the day managing a significant event, and said, without preamble, "He knows." "We know he knows," Harry said. "Sit down." She sat. She had come without the protective formality of the previous visit, or rather the formality was still there but thinner, worn through in places by the urgency of why she'd come. "Draco contacted me after your meeting on Saturday. He told me what he told you. I was, not angry, exactly. Frightened." She looked at Harry directly. "Voldemort has people watching our house. Not Death Eaters directly, watchers. Draco's meeting with you, I believe, was observed." Harry processed this. "You think Voldemort knows Draco talked to me?" "I think it's likely," she said. "And if he knows, Draco is in immediate danger." The kitchen was quiet. Somewhere above them, the house made one of its settling sounds. "Where is Draco now?" Harry asked. "I sent him to his aunt's house this morning," she said. "Not Bellatrix, my other sister. Andromeda." She paused at the name, the weight of family history in it. "She has wards." "And she agreed, when I explained." Andromeda Tonks, Harry said. Yes. A pause. I know that Nymphadora is, she's here, Harry said. She was in Hogsmeade this morning. She's fine. He looked at Narcissa. Draco is as safe as I can make him at Andromeda's, given the current circumstances. Her wards are strong and she's not on any Death Eater priority list. Narcissa nodded. She held herself together with the careful precision she always maintained, but her hands were clasped in her lap in the way they'd been at the first meeting, the control of a woman holding herself still because movement would cost something. You came to tell me about the Watcher, Harry said. You didn't have to. No, she said. Why did you? She looked at him with the assessing quality of someone who has been calculating risk all their life and has just made a calculation that surprised them. Because, she said, I have spent 20 years in a world I was born into and could not leave and which I do not believe in. And you are the first person I have seen in 20 years who is actually changing it. She paused. I told you I came here for Draco. That is true. But I also came because, whatever this becomes, I want to be on the right side of it when it's done. The kitchen was quiet. All right, Harry said. He held out his hand. She looked at it for a moment. Then she shook it, with the firm directness of someone who does nothing halfway once they've decided to do it. The Watcher you mentioned, Harry said. Description. Everything you have. She gave it to him. He listened. He noted what she said, cross-referenced it with what he already knew, and filed it into the map of what was coming. Outside, the July afternoon was cooling toward evening, and 7 days of consequential, exhausting, world-changing work were settling into the particular quality of a pause before the final thing. The alley in Diagon. The courtroom. The Gringotts chamber. The meetings and the documents and the letters and the long evenings of preparation. All of it converging. Harry could feel it, not the Peverell awareness, not the ancestral magic, just the plain human sense of someone who has been moving towards something and can see it close. The specific gravity of an ending pulling everything into itself. He was ready. He stood at the window of his kitchen in the house that was his and felt the evening coming in and thought, good. Let it come. Chapter 8, The End of the War. Voldemort came on a Friday. Not dramatically. Not with armies or fire or the dark mark screaming across the sky. He came at dusk, in the way that the most dangerous things come, quietly, with complete certainty, because he had nothing to perform for and no theater to arrange. The Watchers Narcissa had described would have reported Harry's location, his habits, the pattern of Grimmauld Place's defenses, and Voldemort had decided that subtlety was worth more than spectacle this time. Harry knew he was coming 3 minutes before he arrived. Not through the wards, though the wards registered it, the old Black family wards that Harry had been quietly reinforcing all week with the Peverell understanding of how ancient protective magic worked. He knew through something deeper than the wards, the Merlin awareness that had been growing more precise with each passing day, an attention that extended outward from him in the way that water extends outward from a stone dropped into still surface. He felt the edges of the approaching magical signature the way you feel weather before it arrives, not in any single sense, just the quality of the air changing. He was in the kitchen. He set down his tea, picked up his wand, and said to the room, to Ron and Hermione and Neville and Luna, who were all present because they had been present every evening for a week, because they had collectively decided without discussion that they weren't going anywhere, he's here. Nobody panicked. Nobody scrambled. Ron stood up. Hermione's hand moved to her wand with the quiet precision of someone who has had it there mentally for 3 days. Neville took a breath that was short and deliberate and centering. Luna set down her notebook. How close? Kingsley said, from the doorway where he'd been standing for the past hour with the patience of someone who had expected tonight and had arranged himself accordingly. Outside the street, Harry said. Coming to the door. He paused. Alone. That landed in the room. He's alone, Ron said. Yes. Harry looked at him. He doesn't want witnesses for this. He wants it clean. Then we make sure he doesn't get clean, Hermione said. No, Harry said. He held up a hand before she could argue. I mean, yes, you're here. You stay here. But this is between the two of us, and it has always been between the two of us, and fighting it as a group puts everyone in range of someone who will not be careful about collateral damage. He looked at each of them. What I need from you is simple. Don't come out unless I call. Trust me. The kitchen was very quiet. Then Ron said, in a voice that was steady in the way that only things that have cost something are steady, we trust you. Harry looked at him. At Hermione, who had pressed her lips together very hard and was holding herself with the controlled rigidity of someone managing something enormous. At Neville, who nodded once, the nod of a soldier. At Luna, who looked at him with the clear serene certainty of someone who has already seen how this goes and is confident about it. He went to the front door. The street outside Grimmauld Place was empty. Not the normal evening emptiness of a Muggle street, the specific emptiness of a space that has been cleared by the presence of something that ordinary people register unconsciously and respond to by finding somewhere else to be. The street lamps were on. The evening was warm. Number 12 stood around him, and the neighboring houses stood around it, and the city of London moved through its ordinary Friday evening in every direction except this one. Voldemort was standing at the end of the short front path. Harry had thought about this moment more times than he could count, in varying forms, in varying circumstances, at varying ages, but had never quite been able to hold it in his mind in a way that felt real. It always slipped into abstraction, into inevitability, into the vocabulary of prophecy and fate. Now it was simply a fact, a man at the end of the path, 30 feet away, looking at him. He looked different from the graveyard. Different from the ministry. He looked older, which was not right for someone who had done what Voldemort had done to evade age, but there was something wearing in him, something that the slow failure of his plans and the erosion of his certainty had produced. He was in dark robes, no mask, his white face and flat serpentine eyes and the wand in his hand held loosely, with the confidence of someone who has never met a fight they lost. He looked at Harry and Harry looked back at him, and neither of them said anything for a moment. Then Voldemort said, in that high cold voice, "You have been busy, Harry." "I have," Harry said. He came down the front steps and stopped at the gate. Didn't open it. Just stood on his side of it and looked at the man on the other side. "You should have moved faster." Something moved in Voldemort's eyes, not anger, not yet, something colder than anger. Calculation. "You think a week of political theater changes what this is?" "I think the Merlin Accord," Harry said, "doesn't care what you think it is. It is what it is. Your claim to Slytherin's line is the lesser claim under the Accord, under the Founders' Compact, under every piece of wizarding law that predates your ministry." He opened the gate and stepped through it. "You're not the heir of Slytherin. You never were. You're Tom Riddle, the grandson of a Gaunt, and the Gaunt claim was stripped in 1899 by their own actions and their own courts." He stopped 10 feet away. "I've been to Gringotts. I've read the registry." Voldemort's expression didn't change. But something shifted underneath it, a tightening, the specific quality of a person who has made their identity into a fortress hearing the foundations questioned. "Gringotts certifications and ministry papers," he said. "You think that is power?" "I think it's law," Harry said. "And I think law is what outlasts everything. Every Dark Lord who ever decided the rules didn't apply to them ended up as a cautionary tale in a history book. That's what you're going to be." The cold eyes fixed on him. "You have grown very confident for someone who still has a scar on his forehead from the night I killed his parents." "You didn't kill my mother," Harry said. "She chose. That's the distinction that matters, and you've never understood it, which is the exact reason this has always been going to end the way it's going to end." He felt the magic around him, the Accord inheritance, the deep structural magic of the 4 bloodlines, the cloak's presence on his arm beneath his sleeve where it rested properly claimed, and underneath everything the bedrock that Merlin had built into the Accord 900 years ago for exactly this moment. Not a prophecy. Not a fate. A fact, that the condensed air carried something that no dark magic, however ancient or powerful, was built to handle. Not power. Legitimacy. The real kind, the kind that goes all the way down to the roots. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry raised his. The first exchange was fast. Avada Kedavra, and Harry was already moving, the Peverell awareness pulling him sideways before his conscious mind had fully registered the green light, the curse scorching through where he'd been and hitting the garden wall behind him. He cast 2 spells in quick succession, the second one landing before Voldemort had completed his deflection of the first, and Voldemort moved with the terrible fluid competence of someone who had been doing this for longer than Harry had been alive. They separated. A gap of 20 feet. Both of them reading the exchange. Voldemort's expression had changed, the controlled mask was still there but something behind it was running hotter. He'd expected the first exchange to be different. Harry had moved before the green light had properly left his wand, which was not reflexes. Reflexes weren't fast enough for that. "What are you using?" Voldemort said. His voice was still cold but there was something underneath it that might, in a lesser person, have been called unsettled. "Everything I have," Harry said. "Which is more than you've planned for." He cast the binding sequence, the one he'd used on Dolohov, 3-layered, keyed to multiple potential countermoves. Voldemort broke the first 2 and the third clipped him, not fully, not a clean hit, but enough. He stepped back a pace. His expression sharpened. "Interesting," he said, and the word was genuinely analytical. Then he did something Harry hadn't anticipated, he stopped dueling and started talking, which was more dangerous than the spells because Voldemort's voice was something he'd weaponized over decades. "You have ancestral magic," he said, moving laterally, and Harry moved with him, and they circled in the quiet street like something ancient being reenacted. "You carry several lines. I felt it in the ministry. I felt it the night your mother," he paused, a deliberate pause, "weaponized. Did you know that she begged? At the end. She understood what was happening and she begged." "No," Harry said, completely calmly. "She made a choice. You know the difference, you're just afraid of it." A flicker. The cold eyes sharpened with something that was past calculation and headed somewhere more volatile. The thing Draco had described, not the controlled angry, the other kind, was very close to the surface now. "You are a child," Voldemort said, and the word was meant to land like a blow. "I'm the Lord of 4 houses," Harry said. "Under the Merlin Accord. Legally and magically you're superior in every framework that existed before the Ministry, during the Ministry, and after whatever this becomes." He met those red eyes steadily. "You made yourself into a thing that lives forever by tearing pieces out of your own soul, Tom. And all of it, every Horcrux, every sacrifice, every murder, brought you here, to a street in London, trying to kill a 16-year-old because you can't stand that a 16-year-old has something you don't." The not-controlled anger arrived. Voldemort cast 3 spells in rapid succession, powerful and precise and furious in the way that Dolohov's fighting had not been. This was a different order of magnitude, the magic of someone who had spent 50 years accumulating power and technique and had access to the darkest workings in wizarding history. The street cracked under one of them. A parked car 10 feet away was lifted and thrown sideways by the pressure differential of another. Harry held. Not just physically held, magically held, the way the accord was designed to hold. The 4 bloodlines working in concert, each one contributing something that the others didn't have alone. The Gryffindor courage that was not recklessness but the specific bravery of remaining clear-headed when the rational response was fear. The Slytherin cunning that read the pattern of Voldemort's assault and found the gap in it, the slight overextension in the 3rd spell that happened because the fury was just barely past the management of the technique. The Peverell awareness that moved him before he needed to consciously choose the movement. And the Merlin inheritance, the bedrock, the thing that held all the rest, which was not a specific spell or a specific power but a quality of magic that was, at its root, older than any dark working Voldemort had. Harry let the first 2 spells break around him, not dodge them, receive them and disperse them, which was the ancient battle magic from the Accord's inheritance that he hadn't known how to do 2 weeks ago and could now do with something approaching fluency. The third he caught and turned. Not redirected. Turned. Reached into it with the Merlin magic and found the structure of it and reversed the intention. The spell came back. Voldemort deflected it, but it cost him. He had to break his advance, had to devote full attention to the deflection, and in that moment Harry cast the Accord working that he'd been holding in reserve. He'd found it on his 6th reading of the document. The specific clause that addressed the resolution of competing magical claims in the condensed heir's lineage, not a combat spell, not a weapon, but something considerably more fundamental. It was, in the terms of the Accord, a declaration of resolution. The legal and magical instrument by which the condensed heir formally resolved a competing ancestral claim. He spoke it in the old language, half the archaic English of the Accord, half the something else that he still didn't have a name for, the language that Merlin had written the Accord in and which had turned out, when Harry tried to speak it, to be one he knew somewhere below the level of learning. The way Parseltongue was below learning. A language carried in the blood. The words fell into the Friday evening like stones into very deep water. Voldemort stopped. He stopped in the way of something physical that has met an immovable obstacle, not a deflection, not a block, but a genuine stop, his body going rigid, his wand arm frozen. His face did something that Harry had never seen on it, shock. Complete, unguarded shock, the expression of someone encountering something they had not known existed and for which they had no framework. The Declaration of Resolution, the Accord explained, was the condensed heir's authority to formally supersede a competing claim in the bloodline. Not destroy it. Supersede it. Which in magical terms meant the competing claim, in this case, Voldemort's claim to Slytherin's line, was formally adjudicated by the ancestral magic itself and found Junior. And the magic acted accordingly. The Slytherin magic in Voldemort, not his power, not his skill, not the dark workings he'd accumulated, but the specific ancestral thread of Slytherin that he'd built his entire identity around, recognized the resolution. It recognized it the way a legal ruling is recognized. Because the Accord wasn't just words. It was magical architecture, built by someone who understood that law and magic were not separate things and never had been, that the greatest magic was the kind that operated with the full weight of legitimate authority behind it. Voldemort couldn't move. Not permanently. The declaration wasn't a killing curse and wasn't meant to be, it was a legal mechanism, not a weapon, and its effect was temporary. But in the moment of its action, in the 30 or 40 seconds in which the ancestral magic ran its recognition through the competing claims and completed its resolution, Voldemort stood in the street outside number 12, Grimmauld Place, completely immobilized by something that was not physical force and not a stunning spell. Harry walked toward him. He stopped 2 feet away. Voldemort's eyes were the only things that could move, and they moved to Harry with an expression that contained rage, yes, and shock, and beneath both of them something Harry had only glimpsed once before, in a diary's memory, in the face of a 16-year-old Tom Riddle who had asked Dumbledore if he could stay at school over the summer, fear. Old, deep, genuine fear. The fear of someone who has spent 50 years doing everything possible to be undefeatable and who is standing in the moment of recognizing that they have failed. Tom, Harry said. He said it quietly. Not cruelly, he wasn't performing cruelty and he never had been. Just the name, spoken as the truth it was. It's over. The declaration's hold was releasing. He could see it in Voldemort's shoulders, the tension returning, the returning capacity for movement, the wand hand beginning to tremble with the effort of fighting back against something that wasn't fighting in any register he had a defense against. Harry didn't wait. He cast the binding, not the Accord working this time, not the ancestral magic. Just a spell. A binding sequence he'd perfected over 2 weeks, 3-layered, and keyed to every counter-move he'd seen Voldemort make tonight, and cast with the full depth of everything he carried. The Gryffindor courage that wanted to act. The Slytherin cunning that found the precise angle. The Peverell awareness that knew the right moment. The Merlin bedrock that held it all together and gave it weight. The binding closed around Voldemort like a structure that had been built for exactly this purpose, which it had. Voldemort fought it. Of course he fought it, he was not capable of anything else, his entire existence was the refusal to be defeated, the refusal to be contained. He fought it with every technique he had, which was considerable, and he threw the full weight of 50 years of accumulated power at the binding. It held. Not easily. Harry could feel the pressure of it, the enormous, dark, ancient power pressing outward against the constraint. He had to hold it actively, pouring the accord inheritance into maintaining the binding, which was not comfortable and was not going to be sustainable indefinitely. He didn't need indefinitely. He needed approximately 45 seconds. "Kingsley," he said, without raising his voice. The front door of Grimmauld Place opened. What happened next took 6 minutes and was entirely unremarkable in the way that endings often are. Kingsley crossed the front path with the steady unhurried movement of someone performing a task they've prepared for, his wand out, his aura training and his better-than-aura capability both fully deployed. He assessed the situation, Harry holding the binding, Voldemort contained and fighting it, in approximately 2 seconds and began the formal restraint process with the professional efficiency of someone who had been an Auror for 20 years and had never once confused the performance of authority with the exercise of it. The magical restraints he applied were not standard ministry issue. Harry had asked Amelia Bones, 3 days ago, to have her most qualified magical theorist develop restraints specifically designed for someone with Voldemort's power profile. Amelia had delivered them yesterday. They'd been tested. They were sufficient. The binding transferred from Harry's active maintenance to the formal restraints smoothly, the way a load transfers between two supports. Harry stepped back. His arms were shaking slightly, not from injury, from sustained effort, the way they'd shake after a long Quidditch match, and he breathed through it. The front door was fully open. Everyone from the kitchen was in the doorway, Ron with his wand at his side, Hermione beside him with her hand pressed over her mouth, Neville with an expression that was simultaneously stunned and resolved, Luna watching with the serene interest of someone attending an event they've anticipated and found satisfactorily produced. Voldemort was bound. Not dead. Harry had thought about this carefully over the past week and had arrived at a conclusion that he was completely settled in. Death was what Voldemort had spent his entire existence engineering around. It was also, under the Accord, not Harry's to give. The Accord's authority over competing ancestral claims was resolution and containment, not execution. And beyond the legality of it, beyond even the practicality of it, Harry simply didn't want it. Not because he was afraid of the responsibility but because killing Tom Riddle was the end of a dark wizard, and what Harry wanted was the end of an idea. The idea that power over others was the highest form of power. The idea that the rules were for lesser people. The idea that a determined enough person could simply opt out of consequence. You don't end ideas by killing people. You end them by making them lose publicly, completely, and with the full weight of legitimate authority. Voldemort was going to stand trial. Harry had already discussed it with Amelia Bones. The Accord gave him the authority to convene the trial. The Wizengamot, the restructured, properly constituted Wizengamot that would be fully assembled by Monday, would conduct it. The evidence was exhaustive. The process would be transparent, which meant every person in Britain who had ever been told that Voldemort was too powerful to be properly opposed by legal means would watch him be properly opposed by legal means, and that would matter for the next 50 years in ways that a killing curse never could. Additional Aurors, Harry said to Kingsley, who was managing the containment with 2 others who had appeared from the end of the street, the Aurors who had been in position since dusk, because Harry had asked Kingsley to deploy them an hour ago, because this had always been the plan. 30 seconds, Kingsley said. They arrived in 28. Voldemort was transported to a ministry holding facility that had been specifically prepared, Amelia's department, 3 days of work, with containment protocols that had never existed before because nothing like Voldemort had required them before. He didn't go quietly. The rage was enormous and the power behind it was real, and Harry stood on the pavement outside his house and watched it and felt, beneath the exhaustion, a settling. The same quality as the claiming in Gringotts, the same quality as the midnight registration, the same quality as all the locks in all the rooms that had been waiting to be opened. Done. The street was empty again except for Harry and his friends, who had come out of the doorway and stood on the pavement in the Friday evening, and none of them said anything for a long moment because there wasn't language yet for what had just happened. Ron came to stand beside Harry. Not speaking. Just there, in the way he'd been there since the Hogwarts Express 6 years ago, without requirement, without condition, just present. Harry looked at the end of the street where Voldemort had been. Right, he said. Right, Ron agreed. The aftermath was long and complicated and frequently exhausting, and Harry moved through it with the same clarity he'd brought to everything else. The Horcruxes had to be addressed. Harry had known this, had known it since Dumbledore's careful, incomplete conversations in his office, had known the shape of it even without having been given the full picture. He had the Accord's resources and Gringotts' vaults and Hermione's research capacity, and over the following 2 weeks the Horcruxes were located, one by one, with a thoroughness that was partly the Accord's ancient magic and partly Hermione's extraordinary ability to find things by researching until finding them was the only remaining option. He let others help with this. Not because he couldn't have done it alone but because it wasn't something that needed to be done alone, and there was a difference between being capable of everything and needing to perform everything. The trial came 3 weeks after the binding. Harry convened it personally, sitting in the Chief Warlock's chair. Dumbledore had formally stepped back from the role with the specific dignity of someone who understood that the position had found its correct occupant, and presiding over a Wizengamot that was 43 seats occupied. Not all 17 vacancies were filled yet, several were still in the nomination process. But the body was quorate and functional and structured in the way it had always been meant to be, with a process that was visible and a gallery that was open and a press section where Rita Skeeter and 3 other journalists sat with their quick quotes quills moving at a speed that suggested they were all going to be filing very long pieces. Augusta Longbottom was in the front row of the gallery, in her formal burgundy, with her stuffed bird hat and the expression of someone who had waited for something a very long time and was receiving it with the dignity appropriate to the occasion. Neville was on the Wizengamot bench. Amelia Bones was presenting the formal case for the prosecution with the thorough methodical competence of someone who had been building toward this for 2 years and was going to do it properly if it took all month. It took 11 days of proceedings. Harry ran each one with the precision and fairness he'd committed to from the beginning, ruling on procedural objections with care and consistency, ensuring the defense had full opportunity to present its case, making sure the record was complete. It was not a performance. It was law, practiced correctly, which was less dramatic than a performance and considerably more important. The verdict was unanimous. The sentencing took 2 hours, which Harry spent reading the relevant sections of the Accord and the Founders' Compact and wizarding criminal law with the focused attention of someone who intended to get this right on the first try, because the world would be watching how he exercised this authority and that mattered. Life imprisonment. Not Azkaban, as it currently existed. Azkaban was a facility that needed significant reform, and Harry had already commissioned Amelia's department to begin that process. A purpose-built facility designed for long-term containment of someone of Voldemort's power, with conditions that were not the deliberate psychological torture of Dementor presence and were also not comfortable. Proportionate. Legal. The kind of sentence that was designed to contain rather than to punish and that could be administered without the moral bankruptcy of a system built on cruelty. Tom Riddle, formerly known as Lord Voldemort, was contained. Harry set down the sentencing document and looked at the courtroom, which had the quality of a space that has just witnessed something irreversible and is sitting with the weight of it. He didn't make a speech. He adjourned the session. 3 days after the trial concluded, Harry went back to Gringotts. Not for anything official. He went alone, in the morning, and asked to see Ragnarok, and was brought through the narrow corridor with its greenish torchlight to the stone room with the rune-carved wall. Ragnarok was there. He stood when Harry came in. "My lord," he said. "Sit down," Harry said, taking his own chair. "I have a question." "Ask it." "The Accord," Harry said. "Now that the resolution has been executed, the declaration of resolution, the binding, what does that mean for the condensed air going forward? Does it, does anything change? Ragnar considered this with the unhurried thoroughness of someone who had had 600 years to think about the accord and was not going to rush an answer. The accord's purpose was the resolution of fragmented foundational magic. The reason it was drafted. That purpose is fulfilled. He paused. The titles remain. The seats remain. The authority remains, it is yours, not borrowed, not temporary. The ancestral magic is yours permanently, that changed at the claiming and does not revert. He looked at Harry steadily. What changes is that the accord is no longer in active operation in the crisis sense. It was built for a moment. The moment is completed. What you do with the inheritance going forward is simply, yours to decide. Harry sat with that for a while. And the institution, he said. The Wizengamot. The reforms. If I step back from the presiding role, if I put someone else in the chief warlock position, does the accord authority remain? Ragnar tilted his head. You are asking if the institution can function without you personally in the chair. Yes. If it is built correctly, Ragnar said, then yes. An institution built on sound legal architecture does not require its founder to be present at every session. The smallest dry note entered his voice. That is rather the point of building institutions. Harry nodded. He'd been thinking about this since the trial, about the difference between holding authority and using it to build something that didn't need to be held indefinitely. About the fact that 16-year-olds had limited business sitting as the de facto supreme authority of British wizarding governance for longer than was strictly necessary to establish the thing properly. About Hogwarts, which was still there, and the 7th year he still hadn't finished. About what he actually wanted, which was a considerably less grand question than anything the accord addressed. Thank you, Harry said. Genuinely. Ragnar looked at him. This institution has been managing the accord documentation for 6 centuries, he said. We have been waiting considerably longer than you have. He paused. It was satisfying to see it resolved. For me too, Harry said. He found Ron and Hermione in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place when he got back, which was where they usually were at mid-morning. Ron was eating. Hermione was reading something and making notes. The normality of it, the complete, comfortable, unremarkable normality of 2 of his best friends doing their ordinary things in the house that was his, hit him as the extraordinary thing it was. He sat down. Gringotts? Hermione asked, without looking up. Yeah. And? The accord's fulfilled, Harry said. The titles stay. The authority stays. The institution is established. He looked at the table. I'm going to nominate Amelia Bones for Chief Warlock. Hermione looked up. Her expression went through several calculations. She'd be extraordinary. I know. And she'll run it properly without needing me in the chair every session. He looked at both of them. I want to go back to Hogwarts. Ron set down his fork. For 7th year, Harry said. Properly this time. He looked at them, all of us, if you want to. I know that's not, yes, Hermione said. She didn't equivocate. Didn't qualify it. Just yes, immediate and complete. Ron picked his fork back up. Obviously yes. Did you think we were going to say no? Did you actually think we were going to say no to going back to Hogwarts? I didn't know, Harry. Ron looked at him with the expression of someone delivering a truth so fundamental he finds it slightly exhausting to have to state it. I have been waiting to go back to Hogwarts since the day we left. Obviously yes. Harry looked at them both. The kitchen was warm. Outside the window, London was doing its morning in the August sunlight. The war was over. The trial was done. The institution was established, building itself around its new structure with the slow patient work of institutions, which was not dramatic and was exactly right. He was 16 years old. There was still so much world. Right, he said. He reached for the coffee pot. What are we doing today? Hermione has a list, Ron said. I always have a list, Hermione said, not defensively, just accurately. What's on it? Harry asked. She turned it around to show him. It was, in fact, a list, organized by category and priority, with several items already crossed off. Item 1, at the top, completed and crossed through, help Harry save the world. Harry looked at it for a long moment. He laughed. Properly, fully, the kind of laughter that came from the place that had been empty for so long and was not empty now, was full, was thoroughly and completely full, with his house and his friends and his inheritance and his choices and all the things he'd claimed and all the things he'd built and all the things that were going to happen next, which were going to be a normal life as much as he could make them and also certainly never remotely normal, and that was entirely fine. He was Harry James Potter Black, Lord of 4 Houses, condensed heir of Merlin's Accord, seated member of the Wizengamot, heir of Gryffindor and Slytherin and Peverell and Black and Potter, the boy who'd grown up in a cupboard and had turned out to be all of that without contradiction, because the cupboard and the titles and the war and the laughter in the kitchen were all the same life, and he was the one living it. He was also 16, and in September he was going back to school, and he fully intended to pass his newts and sleep in past 6 and play Quidditch and eat breakfast without it being a strategic meeting, at least most of the time. Neville came through the back door with soil on his hands from whatever he'd been doing in the small patch of garden that he'd apparently decided was his project. Luna came in behind him with 2 cups of something that was definitely not tea but smelled interesting. Kingsley appeared in the doorway to say something to Harry about Aura restructuring that needed his approval sometime this week, no rush. Hermione crossed item 2 off her list and started on item 3. Ron stole a piece of Harry's toast. Harry let him. Outside, the August morning continued being an August morning. The war was over. The world was doing what the world does when something enormous passes through it, reassembling, recalibrating, rebuilding, the slow patient work of making something better from what was broken, which was never quick and was entirely worth it. Harry drank his coffee and listened to his friends talk and felt the Accord inheritance settle in him like something that had always been there, because it had always been there, because he had always been this, because the world had needed someone to be exactly this and had spent generations quietly building him for it, and he had spent 16 years becoming himself anyway, despite everything, because that was what he did. He was done waiting. He was done hiding. He was, at last, exactly where he was supposed to be. And there was everything still ahead, which was the best thing. The fact that this was not the end of Harry Potter's story but the beginning of the part where he actually got to live it, with his titles and his seats and his ancient magic and the cloak on his arm and his friends in his kitchen and a Wizengamot meeting Tuesday and Hogwarts in September and the rest of his life opening out ahead of him like a door that had been locked for a very long time and had just, finally, swung open. He walked through it.